Right, welcome back, guys. This is Legenda reporting in Latvia. We're at the site of a family's apple orchard. We've been given information by family members who own the property. Which this lady here, her family have contacted the one previously due to the fact that the family has found several German soldiers during World War II, and they've been brought here to be hastily buried. Now, the family, they contacted the Volksbund a few years ago to tell them about the soldiers in this location. The Volksbund haven't been out to recover these guys, so Legenda have now come on the scene, and we're going to take these guys out and try and get them identified and then repatriated to a proper military cemetery. So we have some first-hand info from the family. The family members that took these soldiers off the battlefield, they have a calendar which we're going to go and have a look at. So bear me a second. Andres, you have the calendar?
Calendar is Vicat has the calendar.
Okay. Let's go over and have a look. Right. Can I just borrow this a second, guys? Right, so I'm just going to stand over here out of the way a moment and give you a little talk about this. As you can see, calendar's dated 1944, and this is a Latvian farmer's calendar.
Do you need help with it?
Yeah, please, if I can.
Let's go
Victoria's
to
gonna give me a hand here.
Yeah.
So bear me 2 seconds. Let's see if I can focus a bit better. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, let's start.
Yeah, start with first page if that's alright.
This says 1944. The next page over here says pocket calendar, year 1944. Usually used by farmers. And there are some notes here that I can't really read.
No.
I'm bad.
If we can go to now flip it over to the back side.
To the back side.
Yeah, please. So this is where it starts. So we've got some names here.
Johns? I don't know. Jans. I can't read this. Fritz. The end is Fritz.
Mm-hmm. So we've got some other numbers here. These might be numbers off the Koningsmark. I'm just going to flip these over if I can.
Joseph, Paul.
Okay, so we know there's these are some of the names.
Heinrich.
There's a page missing here, which would have had more names, and there's another page in the back that we also believe is got some names, but not all of these guys were able to be identified by the family, so only the names are the ones they were able to identify in here. So we know for a fact that there's more soldiers here. So thank you for that, Victoria. Right, I'm gonna can we put that somewhere safe for the moment?
Where do I give it back to the grandma?
She had it in the house, so you might want to ask her where that goes. Yeah. Right, so that was just a bit of the background info. Like I said to you guys watching, the soldiers there were taken off the battlefield by the family. So as you can see, we've got all our usual Legenda crew here. We have Inka from Norway. We have our guys from Lithuania. Jason Carlin, he's flown all the way out from America to join us. We have Anders Nicholson, he's from Denmark. We have Anton, which I believe is from Sweden. We have all the usual Latvian guys. There's a few guys who've joined us from Poland, and then myself from the UK. So obviously it's nice that we have so many different international guys and girls working together, without any politics getting in the way of things. We're all here for the pure reason to recover soldiers. So we're starting now to find some of the remains which are being put in the bone trays here. Once we've got a complete soldier, they'll be then transferred from the bone trays to body bags marked up, ready to be taken away. So let's have another bit of a walk round for the guys not being able to have seen on the previous live feed. So please like and share guys. Let's have a wander around. So the soldiers seem to be under this great tree in an apple orchard right behind the residence property. So they've instructed us to come here and remove the remains. So if we look around, you can see more of the orchard. We believe that the battles were in that direction, towards the Lithuanian border, where the Russians were advancing in 1944, trying to encircle the German forces in Latvia and Kurland. So maybe the cross here has some sort of significance to the soldiers being recovered. So let's have a bit more of a wander around. So got Andrew's working on our Facebook stuff. And you can see we've had some of the test pits dug, where we've tried to locate exactly where the soldiers are. Here we have Victor's. Very rare to see him with a shovel in his hand. No. Here we go, we have our competition winner come back and join us for a second time. Jason, who's, like I told you, he's flown all the way out from the US to join us here. He's been out here before and knows exactly what we're doing and what our aims and intentions are. So got any questions, guys, fire away. And like I said, please like and share. Let's get the video shared and try and get as many guys to subscribe to the viewing as we can, because later when the guys get down, we're going to start recovering these soldiers out of here. So we've been here probably about an hour now, trying to get down to depth.
Very hard sand.
Yeah, I can see that. It's yeah, it's a bit harder than where we normally dig. So it's not only that, you have the roots from the tree, which is hindering the guys a little bit. So we've got axe on hand, and then don't forget we have our Legenda battle bus with all the other equipment should we need it. So yeah. Obviously we have the main man Talis on hand to give any instructions and ready to jump in should we start recovering things and stuff coming to the surface. So Victor, can I just ask you a couple of questions?
Okay.
So I'm just going to do a quick introduction for the people viewing who aren't aware. So,
No, my English is very good. Yeah.
so I'll just let you guys at home watching know. Victor's ducks. He's one of the main boys in Legenda.
Not ducks, but ducks.
Ducks, sorry.
Ducks.
I'm English. Come on, give me a break. You foreigners. So, anyways, Victor's is one of the long-standing members of the team. He's been there for a long time doing this. So he's got a lot of experience with this stuff. He also does a lot of the work in the background. So I just want to, while we're waiting for the guys to start getting down to the depth, do a bit of the background on some of the people we have here today. So as I said, this man's been doing these recoveries for years. Puts a lot of work and effort into editing a lot of the videos and posting on Facebook and such. So yeah, he's a great guy. Okay, I'm sorry about the wind. I'll try and shield it as best I can, but we're using a gimbal here.
Yeah, you see?
Okay, let's have a look.
Mixed ground. Yeah?
Yeah.
Black. Yeah?
Yeah, I can see that. You can see there what Victor's is saying here is the difference in the colour of the soil. Some of it is darker than the rest. Like I say, any questions, guys, please fire away, and don't forget to like and share. So again, we have the main boss man there. This is Talis. Obviously he's the guy who set up Legenda and everything that we do. He's the man responsible for bringing all of us together under the banner of Legenda and the great work that's been done. So obviously this man's been doing it most of his life. If you look at some of the videos that are around on the internet about Talis, you'll understand a bit more about the man and the work that he's pushing out here. So he's a great man to work with and follow. So and a motivation to a lot of people as well. So then we'll go over to Anders. Anders, he's obviously come out from Denmark, as I said earlier. But how many years have you been with Legenda now, Anders?
Close to 5 years.
Yeah, so 5 years now. He's been coming out to Latvia as a volunteer, recovering the soldiers with us guys. So Anders, sorry to disturb you. Can I just ask you a couple of quick questions? So what I'd like to ask you, if it's possible, is what's your motivation for keep coming out here and doing these things, recovering the soldiers with us?
My main motivation is that nobody should be left behind in some foreign field, whatever. They did their the service for the country, whether they like it or not, so they don't deserve to be left behind. No, if it's Russians, Germans, whatever.
Yeah, I said that.
matter.
I said that on the feeds. There's so many different nationalities here with no politics involved, all here for the right reason, which is
just every soldier needs to come, and that includes Danes, Estonians, Lithuanians, whatever. All nationalities deserve to have a final resting place where the family can go and visit and say, okay, we never got them back home, but we know where they are, at least. And go on and mourn their dead.
right. So I've got one of the guys now asking, do you have any family history connection to coming out here?
No, not personally, not my family, my ex-girlfriend's family. They had a soldier, actually, and my family was in the resistance, so that was on the other side. But she had a Schütze in Latvia, so he was never found, so that's
Okay.
my motivation also.
Right, thank you for that, and I'm going to leave you get back to work, buddy. So yeah, go steady, all right?
Yeah, enjoy, guys.
Thank you. Right, so guys, that was Anders, who's one of our guys from Denmark, personal friend as well, and also a volunteer. Just remember, these guys that are here who've flown from so many different places, we're all friends, we're all working for the same cause. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Anders, a great guy, top personality within our group. So, as I was saying, everybody is a volunteer. So we pay our own flights, our own hotel fees, and everything to get here and contribute. So please, bear that in mind, and when you're viewing these videos, just give the guys a little bit of respect. I think they well and truly deserve that. So we've spoken to Anders from Denmark, Jason who's come all the way from the US. We have Inka. Inka normally drives over. Inka, can I have you for a couple of minutes? Yeah, Inka's getting me. Right, so this is Inka. A lot of you guys know Inka. Yeah, so I'd just like to ask you a few questions, if that's all right. Take you away from that for a minute. So, how long did it take you to get over here from home?
This time I could not drive because winter has started up north, and it risked driving like 8 hours through northern Norway and northern Finland with summer tires on ice and snowy mountain passes. So I took a flight this time.
Okay.
That was why I wised up. So it took me about five hours.
Okay.
I was in Riga.
So, can I also ask you, how many years have you been coming out here contributing with Legenda?
I started the summer or spring of 2013.
Okay, so yeah, that's a quite a long time now. Yeah.
It's fantastic to be a part of it.
That oil of Ule's paying off, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try and correct the window. I'll try and cup where the microphone is as best I can. So I hope that helps. Okay, so Inka's come out here. He's witnessed quite a few bits and pieces with Legenda, and you have your own blog about what we do out here, don't you?
Yeah,
So do you want to tell the guys?
Yeah, I started later in 2013. I started a website, hobbyhistorica.com, where I put up my expeditions from here and my metal detecting in northern Norway.
Two seconds, buddy. People are saying you're a little bit too far away from the microphone.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, in 2013, in the autumn, I started a website, Hobby Historica, where I put up my expedition reports from Latvia with Legenda, and also my reports from forests in Norway when I'm looking for relics and visiting interesting war-related places and museums. So it's a fun little hobby to do.
Okay, so can I ask you, same as I've asked Anders really, what's your reasoning for keep coming out here and jumping in these holes and recovering the soldiers?
Oh, it's difficult to explain, but it is like something I need to do. When I first came out here in 2013, I was really just into relics. I've been watching finds coming from Eastern Europe. It was amazing. But that first day we dug out a soldier, and it really changed everything. Now I don't care about the relics here. It's only to find the soldiers and try to find the identification for them, bring them home.
Yeah, as Anders said, these guys have paid the ultimate price for their country, and I don't know whether you feel the same, obviously, but for me it almost feels like they've been deserted by their countries.
Yeah.
They fought and died for them regardless of what side they fought for. They shouldn't be left here like this,
No.
Forgotten.
Luckily there are teams like Legenda all over Europe and Russia who volunteer and spend time and money from their own pockets and bring home these guys.
Yeah, well, this is what it's all about, isn't it, for us? Getting these guys recovered and repatriated to a proper military cemetery where their family can pay their respects and they can also be laid to rest properly, not just left forgotten.
Yeah, and we hear it often from people who have missing family members that they hope we find them, if we can try to look in this area because we know he was lost there, and when we also have contact with families that we have found soldiers from, and they are so grateful for this, and finally have a grave to go to and a closure on this hole in their history.
I've got a question from you. One of our guys watching has asked, what's the most unique find you've come across during the searches?
Soldier-wise, it was this summer we were digging some field graves from Division Nuland, and we found at least 4 Scandinavian volunteers, which is kind of interesting for me, since it was many soldiers that volunteered to fight and they got lost. And to find my countrymen here in Latvia lost on some field was really special.
Yeah, a little bit like this morning where you guys have taken me to, which I wasn't aware of until today, as a Commonwealth military cemetery. So
Yeah.
I've got to see guys who have died in Latvia, who come all the way from the UK during the First World War. So
It was a surprise for me too. I never knew it was
No,
a Commonwealth cemetery here.
how many years have I been coming out here now and didn't even know I had my own countrymen in a cemetery out here? So yeah, crazy.
But back to the question about the coolest find or whatever, that I had in Norway this few weeks ago. I was searching an old Wehrmacht camp, and I found a dumping pit where equipment was just thrown out in the capitulation days. And I found a silver treasure, Norwegian baptism gifts for a family. So I'm trying now to, it was engraved names and years on them, so I'm trying to find
Nice.
their family, and it was just amazing. So you never know what to find when you're going out hunting.
No, they're a crazy old place.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to ask the guys a minute. So before I hand Inka back over to the team and let him crack on, have any of you guys at home got any questions you want to ask him? So I'll just wait a couple of seconds for guys to reply. So yeah, while I'm doing that, I'll just quickly show you guys. Obviously, we're starting to now come across remains and stuff. No, not for a moment. If anyone asks anything, I'll probably have to come over and pick your brains if that's alright.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, go steady, bro.
Don't fall any more holes.
I fell into a well once. Digging.
Unfortunately, we aren't mandated to go over to places like Passchendaele at the moment. We're currently only working in Latvia. However, the Legenda team have been given permission previously to go into parts of Russia to recover some of their own countrymen, Latvian riflemen, and take them home so they can be buried back here in their homelands in Latvia. So at present, no, we don't do anything on the Western Front, I'm afraid. So if there's anybody who runs any teams on the operating on the Western Front who want to get in touch, then yeah, please get in contact and we'll see if we can give any assistance. So. Wilma, can I grab Joseph for a minute? Is that right? Joseph.
Joseph.
Right, so I'm here now with another one of the guys from Legenda. This is Joseph. Joseph, where are you from?
I'm from Lithuania.
Okay, and how did you get out here to Latvia? How have you travelled here yesterday? How did you?
Yeah, we go very late in the evening. We was in Radi at 1 o'clock in the night.
So you've driven over in the car from Lithuania into
it's
Latvia.
not so far away. So,
Okay.
yeah, we stayed in Radi, and today we go to cemetery. Yeah, you know where?
yeah. Thank you for that surprise.
British guy got a bird. So in here we are digging for soldiers, maybe more. The The old lady
Yeah.
told us. The guys already know this.
Yeah.
So,
So I've brought you over here so we can maybe talk a little bit about you.
yeah, I'm started there.
This is it. This is your 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you some questions and also some of the other people who are watching online. So let's start with how long have you been coming to Latvia helping Legenda with the recoveries?
The first time was I go with my friends from Lithuania, like independent. You know, for the but 4 years ago, I think 4 years ago, we met the Legenda guys accidentally in the radio.
Okay, so you've been coming out here for 4 years.
Yes, with Legenda.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
And let me ask you, what is your reasons for keep coming back and helping Legenda with these guys?
I think the reason is because when you know that a lot of soldiers died and are still missing, they're lying in the trenches near the roads, sometimes on the roads. This burial is it's good example. It's like they're buried properly, for example.
Yeah.
A lot of soldiers are missing in trenches, in forests, and when you know that you can bring them back to give them properly burying, it's very good emotions. Yes. So for those emotions, you're doing the stuff. Yeah, a lot of good people you're meeting with.
Yeah, this is the good thing, you know. People back home maybe don't realise that here it's all good people with good intentions who have come together to help recover these guys. And what Joseph has said is very true, that you know, a lot of the soldiers in Latvia are out here in unmarked graves, and they've not been looked after or given any respect. They are literally stuck in you know, in the trench lines out here. So yeah, he's very correct in saying that. I'm glad he brought that up as well. So bear with me a second, guys. I'm just trying to fit a cable into the phone here, so bear with me. Running out of battery through the live feed, so bear with me. There we go. Okay, let's try and get this back working, and then I can finish off speaking to Joseph, and then let him get back to work.
So you give me a minute of rest.
All right, I'm gonna have to ditch the gimbal, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, the batteries are going on that. 2 seconds, Anders. Can I give you that? Right, so hold on a second, guys, before I finish with Joseph. Andres has come over.
Yeah, so we got.
Is it alright to put the camera on that, or should I cover
I'll
up
cover the personal number.
Okay.
So we got a dog tag, and it was given by one of the local guys, who said that he got this dog tag from another guy 35 years ago, and that guy told that it should be a dog tag of one of these guys who are buried here.
Can I just
Yeah.
So let's have a look. So
It's Stamm Company, Brückenbau Ersatz Battalion 2. So these are the training unit for bridge builders. Yeah.
yeah, but what's that next to it? Looks like more.
No, just
Looks like a 7 on right on the end.
no. That's just corrosion.
Yeah. Okay. So there you are, guys. One of the dog tags that could be one of these guys. Right, so Andres is going to go for a second, so I'm going to come back to my friend Joseph. So yeah, let's ask you a couple more questions if I can, and I'll let you get back in there. So I'd like you to maybe speak to everyone back home and tell them you know how it is that you're in. Let's have a look. Hold up, bear me. There's some questions coming through from people. So Terry Brady, thank you very much for your kind comment. Well, all of us are trying to make sure they all get taken home. Obviously, I don't think we're ever going to get all of them because some of them are so far lost. But we're going to try our best. Right. In Attic, who are you asking about, please? You've asked if he's involved in tracing the family. Who is it you're talking about, please? Right, so back to Josef because I've got to let him get back to work in a minute. So, as we've spoken, Josef's driven up with several other Lithuanian guys from Lithuania across the border into Latvia to help us. He's been coming out here for 4 years now as a volunteer and helping us guys. So, yeah. So, do you want to tell us your reasons for coming out here, Josef?
Yes, like I said before, it's like our mission to bring the guys back to the properly graves. Yeah, to bury them, to if it's possible to trace the families, to give them identity. Yeah, for that reason, and it gives very good emotions. Yeah. When you doing good job, it's good for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked with Josef quite closely in the summertime, recovering a few soldiers. Josef was great to work with, and you know, he's from Lithuania, I'm from the UK, and there was no problems there.
Yeah.
It was nice to work with him and a pleasure. Dada. So I'm getting shouted at from everyone here, like everyone's trying to call me over to look at things. So I'm probably going to have to cut this short with Josef. I would have liked to have asked him a few more questions on camera. But yeah. Right, so before I'll let you go, one last thing, like someone's asking, are you involved in tracing the family? So
not me personally, not.
no, so that would be Talis
The
that works with the Volksbund and other organisations to try and trace the family. So yeah, we leave that to these guys. We're just the guys that get here and get stuck in and recover the soldiers. So what's your most interesting trip that you've done out here? What was the most interesting experience for you with being with Legenda?
Every time when I know that the expedition will go, so it's like it's very exciting because you know that new experiences I will explore. I will meet nice guys, my old friends from Legenda.
Yeah, this is the thing. We've all become very close.
This work is uniting us. Yes, it makes us very close. So yeah, and every expedition is exciting. Yes, it's hard to.
No expedition is the same, is it?
Yeah, it's different, and it's hard to say the most exciting one. Yeah, so it's hard question.
Right, buddy. Thank you for that, and yeah, I'll speak to you in a bit. So, cheers, Josef. Right, there's always a risk from munitions in Latvia. They're everywhere, but luckily all of us understand what the munitions are, what the capabilities of them are, and we are pretty much trained with that. Plus we work alongside EOD teams and stuff. But listen guys, the munitions, I'm not even going to talk about that stuff, because there's so many people that get sidetracked and want to talk about munitions. To us, that's just one of the byproducts of the war. It means nothing to us. Our main objective is the actual soldiers themselves. So I'm not going to waste any more time talking about munitions. All right, guys.
Chłopcy, jakbyście znaleźli małe paluszki czy ułomki, to odkładajcie.
Right, Duxie.
No. Where is ID then? ID. ID. Żeton. Żeton wziął szef. A, wykór.
Okay, right, so let's follow Duxie here. Talis, do you have this Koningsmark? Da.
O tak. Wo.
Paldies. Right, so I'm covering the number up because obviously this is a bit personal for the family. So this is off one of the guys that are in the grave there. So this is quite rare that we find the nice ones like this that you're able to read. This is another problem for Legenda, because the tags that are made from zinc and steel, a lot of the time they corrode really badly, especially the zinc ones. So they're getting harder to read. So for that reason, it makes it harder with us trying to get the identifications, and we sort of estimate with the zinc ones we've probably got maybe 5 to 10 years before they're going to be at the point where we can't read them. Paldies. Right, let's just have a look here. Well, it's an awkward one for the person there asking about the tags. The Germans normally the only ones with tags. The Soviets, they had a bakelite tube in which their details were written on a strip of paper. But most of the time the paper was used to make cigarettes, and the tube to keep their matches dry. So the Russians, it's almost impossible to identify them, except for guys who had combat orders or were decorated soldiers, because they have their orders numbered, and the numbers stored in archives in Russia. So the only way of identity, the only way to identify the Russian soldiers is if they've got the orders, because we can then go through the archives to trace who they were. So without those, or the paper in the ID tube, the Russians we can't. And there's no chance for DNA testing, unfortunately. It just costs too much money, and the relevant governments wouldn't fund it. So this chap here, he's not a Legenda member, but he has travelled up from Poland with his family to assist, which is nice of them. So they're here today from Poland, and they've also travelled up by car. So Talis is here getting everything ready.
Zawalić tą pośrednią dziurę? Zakopać ją tą ostatnią? A, dobra, możesz zakopać. Kuru, to patrz galejo, Peter, tykaj.
Unfortunately, that's how it rolls. Because I said that the governments wouldn't fund DNA testing on remains, so there's not that much I can do about that, I'm afraid. It's the problem we had with the gimbal. Go on, show 'em.
Yeah.
It's a brand new gimbal. The first time out in Latvia, and what does it do, Roberts?
It's made from China.
Only the best stuff comes from there.
Probably heats up and that's why.
Yeah, we bought this one, but the gimbal seems to heat up on where it's supposed to spin and stuff. Here, so yeah, this be going in the bin when I get home.
Šitam ir marka? Jā, šitam. Pēšam pirmam? Jā, šitam sarkanam.
Нет, марка?
Да.
Так это только было.
Этот был же.
Этого не было.
Pagaid, kurš man iedod marku? Viņš iedod marku. Нет, зеленым. Pareizi. Провокатор. Alles ormum. Tas ir šlak.
Nesmatai, vakariukas.
Citiem nav. Viktorija. Jo kauli ņem ārā, vajag vaniņu ņem uzreiz.
What have we got there, Anders? So back to what Josef was saying earlier, at least the locals have given these guys a bit of a decent burial, and actually took the time to write down their names and take a note of where they were buried, whereas normally the recoveries we're doing is deep in the forest, well away from any roads or paths, and most of the time they're still in either trench lines, or the other cases where they've hastily been buried by the side of a road, no markings or anything, and left forgotten. So yeah, so you can see we've started finding soldiers here. Got another possible 2 there, and the guys are continuing the trench along. So like and share, please, guys. Like and share.
So, and Anders, there's a soldier with a helmet on.
Okay,
Still got the strap on.
thank you. Anders, do you mind if I try and get some footage?
What's the helmet?
Mhm.
Helmet? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so Anders has got a soldier here, still with his helmet on.
Still is laying like that.
Yes, because I have the leg.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you.
The shin is underneath.
We've tried the GoFundMe's. I think there are some pages that we're doing. Inka, have we still got a donations page?
If so, the link is on top of our Facebook Legenda page.
Yeah.
On a pin post.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I'm not sure, but I think we have a donation page, and it should be on a pinned post quite high up on our Legenda Facebook page.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, so if we've got the donations page still up and running, so I know we had one not so long ago, then definitely check out the website and have a look there, because the info will be listed on our website.
Or just pop us a mail if you want.
Yeah, you know, obviously we won't be able to answer any mails at the moment because we're all out here digging, but we'll definitely be able to get back to you if you want to send a message and want any info. But I would say the first port of call would be check our Facebook page and website. I'll just try and confirm again by asking Andres, as he's just turned up.
Yeah.
So do you know if we still have the donations page
I
running?
think GoFundMe is still running.
Okay, so yeah, we do have a GoFundMe at the minute. Andres has said, so please check that out.
If not, then you can PM us and we'll send a PayPal account.
Oh, Matt's just come online. So Matt's also coming out from the UK with Steve Newman. Matt's one of our long-term Legenda guys. So he's gonna post up a link here. So any of you guys who want to contribute, please look at Matt's link and follow that. Thank you. Obviously, everything helps. Just remember that all of us here, we're all volunteers. We all pay for our own trips to get out here. So any funding helps Talis with the fuel to get all the vehicles to these locations and all the equipment. You know, these shovels aren't free, and nor's the fuel to get us here. Talis has to buy the coffins as well, and the body bags and things. So any help that people can give is always much appreciated. Thank you. Right, just bear with me a minute, guys, because I'm trying to go through your questions there and get back to you. Right, Matt, nice one. Thank you for that. Yeah, someone else saying that the links are still live on the Facebook pages, so thank you. Right, Brian, thank you for that. Obviously, I haven't been able to check on the package just because before that even arrived, I was on a flight out of the UK. So I believe it's there. I'll find out probably in a week or so when I get home. But it's definitely going to be going to some good use out here, and for the right reasons as well. So Brian, thank you ever so much for that. I'm sure my friend Hans will be in contact with you. So Anders has potentially found a soldier still with his helmet on, so I'm gonna just step back and give him a bit of dignity with the soldier for a second and just see how he gets on. So,
Yeah.
looking good. Anything you want to tell to the guys back home?
At the moment, I don't know. I think you have covered everything what we need.
Yeah, we do have guys in the military join us. There's quite a lot of ex-military here, including myself. Jason, he's ex-military as well. There's a few other guys. We do have a few guys who are still serving come out with us and help us. Plus, our team works with the Latvian EOD guys as well. When we find ordnance, we do get those in to sort that out. Obviously, that's what they're trained to do, and it's good to keep in with all the relevant you know, authorities and teams that we need to carry on this work. So I'll go back to what you was going to ask me.
Yeah, I think you can explain to people why we are switching more and more to YouTube instead of Facebook.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. So, guys, as Andres and me spoke this morning before we started this live feed, Facebook is just on a crazy purge at the moment. There's lots of groups being shut down without any notifications, and you know, people getting blocks for posting anything to do with like military stuff. So we had a problem last summer, didn't we?
Yeah, we had very good coverage before. A lot of people watching our live streams, up to 2.8 thousand live, and then it started to lower, and now it's only up to 150 people and never reaching more. And I see all the time Facebook ads which ask me to pay some money in order to have more views for live feeds, and that's just not a way how we do things. We don't pay for any advertisements. We think it's a volunteer job, so why we need paid advertisement?
Yeah, it's a nightmare actually, you know, because we're just a group of volunteers here doing this, and you know, we set up a Facebook page to try and reach out to people and get the word out there, you know, what we're doing. Obviously, anything to do with things recovering remains is going to get some, you know, negative views from people. But when we've got a homeowner here and they're asking us, you know, look, I've got bodies in my garden of soldiers from the Second World War that my family put there because they were lying in the fields over there. Can you come and remove them? You know, we're not going to say no. And also the fact that they shouldn't be here. They should have been recovered years and years ago, and in a proper military cemetery, not under some tree in an apple orchard where we are. But you know, this is the kind of thing we're trying to, you know, highlight people on what we're doing out here.
Start my Facebook profile for gardening solutions, yeah? If someone needs to do.
Now, everybody, this is Robert's. He's the group joker. But now, in all honesty, Robert's a great guy. But yeah, so Facebook shutting down our feeds last summer has now prompted us to come over on YouTube and try and post here. The other thing is we can show you, you know, our expeditions from start to finish without being interrupted. There's no cap on the amount of people who can view, and we can also go through and answer questions. I was
YouTube app is much more stable. That's the first thing. Facebook app is rubbish for live streams, in my opinion. And another thing is, YouTube don't ask money for advertisements. And if we will have enough views, we may even make some money to cover our expenses, our fuel, metal detectors, gloves, because most of that stuff we pay from our own pockets.
Yeah, so you know, this is why I keep saying, guys, please like and share the videos and help us out if you can. More people we get subscribing and viewing, it's gonna help us get the word out there. So let's try and come forward and see how Anders is getting on. So here we go.
Mouse house. There's mouse in here, or not?
Okay, so you can see there the soldier's helmet. Well done, Anders.
Nie, żeby ciebie było widać. No bo też jest najważniejszy. No. Worek ostry.
Can you guys see this?
I think it has camo on.
Dog tag found there. This is what it's all about, people. Recovering these guys and getting them out of here.
Second helmet.
There we go. Second helmet here. Moment. There you go. So this is the second helmet here. Look at which side it's on. Get down there and have a look, try and expose it. See? So, have a look if it's an ADLO or not. Well, let's just see if you guys have got any questions. Brian, you're a little diamond, thank you, and it's much appreciated, thank you. Yeah, I can't really find the words to give our gratitude, because yeah, any help is appreciated. Like I say, we all fund these things from our own pockets. And also Talis, he does a lot of work in the background with people like this man, Duxie, and the rest of the guys. You know, they do a lot of the running around in the background that we don't see, meeting up with the locals, getting the reports, running around to the various government departments, getting the permissions and grants and things to come to certain forests and places to do these recoveries. I want to hang around here because obviously there's two soldiers here with helmets on that the guys have started working on. So, but I also want to hang back a little bit and give them a bit of privacy to a certain extent. You know, at the end of the day, this is someone's family member, so I don't want to get too gory, but at the same time I want to keep you guys posted.
You can see the rest of the national battle.
Told you. Dada. So the cross that was here was definitely a marker for these boys. Yeah. Let's give you a view of where we are. So literally, this is the owner's house. There's their back door, and what? Not even 10 meters and bang, straight onto the bodies of World War II soldiers. Like those people who didn't tune in earlier, the owners asked us to come here and remove these. They'd contacted organisations like the Volksbund previously to come and take the soldiers' remains away, but nobody's come out to assist. So they've then contacted Talus and Legenda, and yeah, we're here now on the scene to get these boys out. As you can see, we've got the personal effects bag there with the EKM. That's the dog tag to those who aren't aware. Through that, we'll try and get this guy identified. So this guy's getting his identity back. He's going to have his name on a headstone in the military cemetery. So this is what it's all about. Yeah, he said he was at the airport. I haven't been able to message him back because I'm on this. So do you want to message him and say? Yeah, tell him I'm doing a live feed, so I can't message him back. Yeah, Brian. You know, if that's the case, then we'd be more than happy to meet up with you. There's always people here that would meet you, and we're very much appreciated for your help. Going back to what you said about the cross, these guys have received a better burial than most that we recover from out here. At least, you know, someone's taken the time to write down the names of some of these soldiers and go to the effort of putting a cross where they're lying. So, but there should be more guys here. We think there's maybe 15. Maybe 15. So what will probably happen is, first of all, we'll get these guys out. The holes will be filled in, and then we'll put more test pits. As you can see, Talus is working there. Just in front of him is another guy. He's digging another test pit to look if there's another soldier to the left of this one. So yeah, then probably what will happen, we'll either do test pits on the other side or more on this side and see. So let's have a quick look how Anders is getting on. See, as I told you guys earlier, once you get to the remains, things start to slow down. Then the complete soldier has to be exposed before anything gets taken up, unless it's quite bad in the ground where they are. Right. Nie, ja jestem z aparat live. Dzięki. Jak tam? Dobrze?
Pewnie, że dobrze. Znalazł ten blaszkę, nieśmiertelnik.
Your people?
Okay, so this chap who's come up from Poland, he's working away on the soldier here and doing a good job. So yeah, speak to this chap. Przepraszam. Daj mi moment, proszę. Ile czas ci bierzesz samochód, będzie ty?
Do soboty. W niedzielę rano wyjeżdżam.
Dzięki.
Co, chcesz jechać?
Nie, ja lubię ludzie w domu. Znasz ile czas ty będzie z samochód?
12 godzin, 12 hours.
There you go. So 12 hours for this man to drive up here, and again, not receiving a penny for his efforts. He's just come here purely to help out with these other guys. Dziękuję bardzo.
A proszę bardzo.
Ты слышал про такое? В Литве продавали.
Анджа.
Let's see what Duxie's got. What have you guys got?
No idea actually. Some seems to be piece of rotten zinc.
Probably need to clean it up a little bit more.
Viņš tu patīrīs vai ne?
Tur nav ko tīrīt. Tur ir čau.
So we got some personal effects here. So this is obviously from the gas mask tin. It's the powder that they used. Let's have a quick look at the date.
Yeah, you search your feet.
Right, so the bottom's maker marked and dated 43, and the top looks like 42. Let's put that back.
Anja.
Could be some sort of medicine or something.
Apgriez otrā, otru pusi. Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe, ja?
Gary, it seems that these are Luftwaffe color tabs with the 3 golds on them.
Turn it over.
Turn over. Apgriez. See? At least it looks to me like that. Pagriez atkal sānu. Oh, well, maybe not, but
Could be collar tab. Yeah, we need to clean up this front side and see. So once these guys have cleaned that up, I'll come back. So some buttons there as well.
Lidotājs tieši ne, viņam šūtās būtu. Lidlauka apkal, lidlauka
Kaut kādi gaisa spēki skaitās.
Kurām ir pīkstums?
Man ir.
Kas? Kas tas tāds ir? Kas tāds ir?
Tev vajag
Prātos.
paņem lielā.
Right, so shortly it'll start getting a lot more interesting for you guys. See what's coming out of here. It's always interesting to see the the things that the soldiers carried on them. They weren't always textbook things that they carry, so it's interesting to see what some of these guys were carrying around the battlefields with them. Gives you more of an idea and you know, how they were operating, what their kind of morale might have been, and things like that, and a better overall picture of you know, how the normal soldier was out here. Sometimes you can tell a lot from some of the things that are on them, whether they're a religious person, if they've got symbols on them, or in their wallets, wedding rings. She was a person who was married. Yeah. How are you boys getting on?
Just got the helmet camo on, like a color.
Oh, so hard today.
So, Anders is working the trench. Jason's checking what's coming out and make sure nothing slips through the net.
Ja mēs nebūtu Grenlandā atstājuši, viņam nebūtu bāzes bijis, kur viņam iemets. Nezināju, zoba lēdus, mēs sen atklājām.
As usual, it's in very bad condition, but it seems to be Luftwaffe.
Valodu mēs nesaprotam. Kas tas tāds ir Inka? Šo ir tā ko ir?
I'm going to be as live for as long as I can. Unfortunately, I'm a dirty smoker, so I'm going to disappear for a cigarette in a minute and let Andres have a play. Can I hold on before you take over? Can I give you the cable to plug into your one?
Okay. Sorry guys, we can't.
Just give us a second while we have a bit of a switch over.
Hey, Gary, plug it in and put in the back pocket again.
Pasaka, ka šitas arī ir kā identifikācijas
Yeah,
strādā.
so Duxi said
one,
that
one or two?
anyone, that this thing will work as identification as well, because it seems to be a color tab, a Luftwaffe color tab, which at least will give a rank and the unit. See the three gulls, three Luftwaffe gulls. At least it seems.
It's the weird one. It's the weird one.
So the guys are carefully continuing to recover for the soldiers, open up them as much as possible, but unfortunately the ground is really aggressive in this area and the remains are in very bad condition, as well as identification material.
Anģa, pasaka, ka tagad pieņemsim no cilvēka viss, kas ir palicis pāri, redzi? Vairāk nekā nav.
Vilmai, yeah?
Nē, rekurs tam, šitam te.
Šitam te, yeah?
Yeah.
So as you see, these are the only remains we get from the soldier. Everything else was eaten up by the ground.
Nav viss, kas viņam ir, jā.
Only the skull and a few bones from arms, a piece of skull and a few arm bones. Everything else is gone. Kas? Ļoti agresīva zeme. Inside was cold.
Tas ir, lielie kauli taču nav. Lielie kauli nav.
Varbūt kājas bija norautas, bet pārējais tik apris. Duksē, ja viņam ir rokas, tad viņam bija jābūt ribām.
No ribas ir jauniem cilvēkiem.
Nu jā, viņas šitajā zemē viss aizgāja.
Karoči, porno foto šitam, jā?
Tālu.
Kas tas ir?
Domā.
No, kas tas ir?
Nekas, nu.
Anģa, tāli beidz.
Tas ir YouTube'ā, tam vispārībā tur neviens nestāst. Tā, karoči, veči, es domāju, ka tur, ja viņam tā galva atrodās, nezinu, kur tur, jā, nolikta. Es baidos, ka no tā cilvēka nekas arī vairāk nebūs.
Jā.
Un
Galva nolikt un rokas.
Yeah, Talis is figuring out what to do with him. Inka, what's here in this pit? Nothing?
I'm not sure.
Not sure yet.
But
Okay.
here we have soldier with helmet. There's soldier with helmet.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear if he had some hit here or
Oh, folks,
what happened.
there's a coffee and sandwiches on the table. Okay.
Super.
Just feel free to go there and.
Yeah,
just
landowners
yourself.
landowners made a small treat for us. Some coffee and some sandwiches. Here Anders has a helmet, and remains of soldiers usually here in very bad condition.
The family has given us coffee and sandwiches.
So we find the
So whenever
spine
you feel like
Spine,
in the
yeah?
middle.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Open up as much as possible and try to understand what's underneath.
Might be like this.
Ну, значит, там еще один парень. Да. Потому что вот это. Как ваше имя? Рафал. Рафал? Рафал. Какое это не польское имя?
Jak nie Polska? Archanioł Rafael!
Yeah, it's a bit of a bad thing. So by us trying to come out here
Oh,
and
dobrze.
show what we're doing, that everybody is here for the
Как у
right
нас,
reason.
как у нас и
and,
греков нормальное
yeah,
имя, Янис.
You good?
Different.
Янис, ми
You good?
Янис,
Oh,
да,
okay.
да.
Sorry.
А вот ты говорил, что вот бакак, да? Вот Вилна Зак. Один и второй есть там, понимаешь?
Między nimi.
Да, между ними есть еще один солдат.
Krzysiek, o w tej górce jest jeszcze jeden soldat. No. Ale tu o w tej górce.
Посмотрим, открываем.
Так.
Это этот Люфтваффе, да? Вот этот. Вот этот. Вильмы, так.
Gdzie? W której górce?
Ah,
Tej
yeah.
malutkiej?
So another dog tag found. To me it seemed that it is Luftwaffe Nachschub Company, number 8, Verkreis 6, but I'm not sure, I'm not that good at Luftwaffe dog tags. So these are Luftwaffe supply unit. At least it seems to me. I'm not sure on this dog tag.
Przy którym?
Luftwaffe?
Luftwaffe, я так думаю. Подожди.
Ty?
Сделай фотографию меня.
We don't care, which side they were fighting for at the end of the day.
So another soldier will get back his name. В перчатках не получится.
Przy którym?
The other thing
Так,
is,
это номер.
family who don't know
Не, номер мне не надо.
where they died.
No to przy tym twoim chyba, nie?
So as I said previously, it seems to that some Luftwaffe guys are here.
Mēs jau nodevām ziņu to.
Yeah, American squadron.
Luxury life.
This is luxury digging, not as usual.
So those things are probably the most important thing. Yeah, that's the only thing that can give them their identity.
Dallas is not happy that people are having free time. Says you need to dig.
Where you had the Latvian SS Legion and also foreign volunteers from other countries. So those tags
Ejam tālāk.
Tai dabar neaišku, nes tai žetonas buvo čia. Neaišku, ar šitas žetonas čia buvo, ar šitas žetonas.
Jā. Viņš tā jokoja.
Very hard work in this type of ground.
Теперь мне ясно, или этого, или этого, потому что у руки было.
Я понимаю. Можем клюкать.
Значок.
У кого был? Ну вот тогда надо еще наверх, где выбросили, да? Очень. Супер очень.
Хорошо. Без супер был.
Да.
Tajā pusē arī nav.
Есть у тебя нож какой маленький?
У Талиса... Слушай, не-не-не, у Талиса, Гедриус, у Талиса в двери машины в правой, там есть ножик. Не-не-не. Есть там острый ножик, которым я жетоны чищу.
В двери?
Да, пошли. So, Gedrius has found some small badge, which again may help with some identification. Вот, это жетон.
We do a lot of videos of us working, but it's not often we get to speak to people here and ask them, their views, because for us it's more important as well that we show the people whose land we're working on how they feel about us being here. Because if you weren't happy with us being here, we would.
Some it looks to be some manor or palace. You can see. Maybe some of you guys know what it is. Good. Riga.
Riga, yeah.
Riga. Yeah, Riga. So some Latvian badge, souvenir badge, which was in a soldier's grave. We'll put it back in the bag with his personal items. Thank you, Johnny, for sharing.
Jā, vāciešiem ir gan, tas ir, jā, ka baigā kārtība bija viņu līdz pēdējā momentā.
Negali būt. Ten atsargiai dubuo juoktas. O jisai toks kaip popierius.
Anders was taking off layer by layer to not lose anything and to be extremely careful with the remains. And the bones here in this ground are very soft and brittle, extremely hard to work. Here as well, extremely hard work. Because it's right under the tree. Want to keep a tree and not do a lot of damage to the garden or the house. Small break. As you see, local people are supporting our activities.
They're spoiling us so badly.
Paldies, ka garšīgi. Viņš ir kafija.
Okay, Gary is speaking to local people. I'll not interrupt him. When he finishes coffee, we'll change again.
Tai vaikščiosim toliau.
Checking for the small things which might be lost when removing sand.
Szczotkę. Tak. To.
Grzesiek, troszeczkę zostało tej kawy. No nie, tyle z termosu leje. Chcesz troszkę? Krzysiek, mało zostało.
Wcale nie teraz.
This soldier seems to be in the remains of him
Napij się tu łyczkę.
in rather good condition for this place. at least the main bones are there. Very aggressive ground here.
Nie, to jest stópka z tych smarów. Krzysiek, z tych serów czy z czego?
Mogę to małą łopatę?
Если хотите, чай тоже есть. У людей можно чай попросить.
Masz to napisz.
Hey,
In my camelback,
yeah,
over there by the detector, there's a small brush inside.
okay, I'll bring it. Stole from your wife?
Don't let him know.
So Terry, what I meant by a very aggressive ground, I'm not sure if it is acidic or what, but some types of ground like this sandy clay you see here, we have similar ground at Priekule area. It is very aggressive towards bones, and bones are becoming very soft and fragile from it, comparing to sand. From sandy ground, remains are comparably good, but from the ground like here, they are really soft and brittle, and sometimes they already disintegrated completely.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Смотри, это...
So therefore work here is very complicated and slow comparing to other places.
It's what's it called? 7.62 by 25.
I see a few new guys connected, and for the ones who just connected, we are nearby old house where the people remembered that here should be German soldiers buried, and they reported this to German Volksbund, a German organization similar to British Commonwealth or War Graves Commission, and Germans didn't react to it. They just considered it too small to bother, and then they figured out they could ask again, and they asked us instead of Germans, and now we are here and recovering German soldiers, which Volksbund didn't want to recover.
To get it here, double check it.
Здесь вот. Здесь вот. Ну, софигеть, вообще, что Верховного яичника.
It seems that skull of a soldier is almost completely gone, at least the facial part of it, because teeth are just among the clay.
Anders, do you think that they were buried with their helmet because of facial damage? Do you think that's why they were buried with their helmet?
Possibly, because could be face damaged or hit in the head. Then usually they are buried with helmets. In other ways, helmets usually are removed because it is end of a war and helmets got reissued. At least it's how I understand it and what I have read from some sources. James, that's a good question. So, from what I heard from local people, the soldiers were killed in late summer, early autumn of 1944, and they were killed in this area, and then they were brought here and buried. But it's not completely sure by whom they were buried, Germans or locals. From what I see, the style seems to be the style of burial seems to be the typical German one, when distances are the same, when the depth is the usual depth, because locals usually bury them much deeper, and all of the dog tags are broken in two pieces, so these should be registered somewhere in German archives as killed soldiers, not missing. And the only thing we know for sure is that someone at some point have written down their names and dates in the notebook, which is still held in the house. And the only problem is that there is one page missing in the notebook, so not all names are written down. But as they have dog tags, that will help us a lot to identify them. Even if some of them will have no dog tag, the name could be taken from that list, and then after the examination, possibly he'll get back the name. And about the soil, yes, it's not that bad to dig. The bad thing is the condition of remains underneath. That is a bad. James, no, it's not unusual for us to identify the German soldiers, because when we get a dog tag, it's almost 100% probability to identify him, and we identify around 70% or more of German soldiers. But the very unusual thing is that the family in the house kept a record of the names of soldiers. That's actually not that unusual. Unusual is that those records survived all of these years. Gary, taking over in some moment.
Well, I wanted to ask you a favour, mate.
Yeah?
But I didn't know if you were busy documenting the guys here. What I was going to ask is,
Yeah.
if we can come away and leave the guys to do their work for a moment. And
Okay.
I'd like to do a small interview with the old lady.
Yeah.
So
Sure, I can translate. Yeah.
okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
If you need a hand or anything, you just
Yeah, just
let me know.
this battery is beefier than yours, and it seems that it has more output, because your battery was not able to charge the phone.
Okay.
And this is charging while doing live stream, so
Oh, sweet.
yeah.
All right, so
Yours was able only to keep up the pace.
right, so this is Gary taking over for a second, and this is going to be my translator. So you wanted to?
Yeah, I wanted to film.
Yeah,
as well.
please. Robbie?
Andy?
No, he's my translator.
Ah.
So you get to be the cameraman. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're we're just gonna wait for the lady to come out, and I'll see if I can ask her a few questions, and maybe you guys also can ask some questions on the comments section. So be interesting, because it's not very often that we're actually at a private property with soldiers buried so close to the building, where we can ask the owner some questions. Let's see if we can pick her brains for a few minutes, and I'll try and be gentle with her, because she's an older lady, so I don't want to bring up too many emotions or anything for her. So yeah, let's stand by and get ready to ask her some stuff.
I'll go there. Well, she comes out and sits there.
I beg your pardon?
Maybe I can go there since while she comes
No,
out.
because I need you to hold the camera while we're doing the interview, because Andres, he's going to be the translator, and you be the cameraman. She's a secondary camera woman, and I'll be the interviewer. Well, I'll give it a try, because I'm no good at this stuff, but let's see how we get on. So if you guys watching, please like and share, start spreading it around. So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm waiting for the lady who owns the property to come out, and then we're going to ask her a few questions about these soldiers by her back door. So if any of you guys watching, if you've got any questions, then fire them over, and as long as they come in time, I can try and ask her. So obviously I've got my own interest here as well, so I want to ask her some questions, for not just for you guys, but for us who work within Legenda as well. There's things that we also like to know, you know. So let's wait for her to come out and see how she feels. So as you can see, she's put on a bit of a spread for the boys. She's come out and made us all drinks and some cake and food and stuff. So it was very kind of her. Not only that, we're away from the boys and let them crack on with the recovery process.
So the guys were asking which part of Latvia we are. So we are in a district called Semigalia, not far from a village called Kurmene, pretty close to Lithuanian border, maybe 5-6 kilometers from here is Lithuania already. So.
Yes, the madam.
Pardon?
The madam.
So this is the property owner. If we can scan around, just show the guys. I'm gonna call her over in a minute and ask if we can ask her a few questions. So is she okay to come and take a seat?
Yeah.
Paldies.
Neesmu fotogēnis.
Huh?
Esi, jā.
Don't worry, Roberts will get you your best side.
Neesmu fotogēnis. Oh, jā.
Right, so Andres, I'm gonna need your help here with some translation, if that's all right. So, can you tell her? If you can tell her, first of all, thank you for letting us come here, and thank you for giving the time to speak to us.
Garijs vēlējās pateikties par to, ka pasaucāt mūs šeit, ka atļāvāt rakt, un ka arī piekritāt intervijai.
Nu, protams.
For sure.
If you can explain to her a little bit about me, what I'm doing here with you guys in Legenda.
Yeah.
You know, where I've come from. I'm here to try and help Legenda, and especially with the recovery of the soldiers.
Garijs jau vairākus gadus ir mums kopā, roka un palīdz. Viņš pats ir bijušais aliņu karavīrs. Viņš dienēja karalienes zirgu godasardzē.
Londonā, ja?
Jā, jā pats arī karojas Afganistānā. Afganistan or Iraq?
I won't worry about that for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to take up too much of her time, so I just want to ask her a few personal questions. So, if she doesn't mind.
Viņš vēlētos pajautāt pāris tādus personiskus jautājumus, ja jums nav iebildumu pret to. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Right, so I'm not sure if she's aware that, you know, how many people from other countries are here helping us. You know, does she know that Legenda has also got guys from all over the world that have come here?
Viņš nav drošs, vai jūs zinat, ka vispār cik no dažādām valstīm cilvēki te ir atbraukuši, ka no visas pasaules praktiski ir leģendas cilvēki šobrīd te.
Šeit?
Jā, te ir gan amerikānis, gan dānis, norvēģis, zviedrs.
Ukrainas, ja?
Nē, viņš ir poļi ir atbraukuši, jā.
Adēlu, ja?
Jā, adēliem diviem.
Jā.
So, what I'd like to ask is, does she have any memories of what happened here? Or was it like maybe her father who's found these soldiers and brought them here?
Vai jūs atceraties kaut ko, kā tas te notika kara laikā? Kā tie karavīri parādījās jūsu dārzā?
Nu, viņi, es atceros, bet ne šie, protams, tie bija citi, ja? Mēs vienlaik te bija liels šķūnis mums, ja? Mēs mitinājāmies šķūnī. Un tad, kad viņi ienāca vācu karavīrs, atceros, mums vēl ar konfektiem cienāja. Bet pēc tam mēs aizbēgām tur uz Vallas pusi.
Karavīri dzīvoja mājā tajā laikā?
Jā.
So the German soldiers, not these ones, other German soldiers, they were living in a house while... Es nevaru runāt, būs tagad. So while soldiers were living in a house, they were living in a barn here. Here was a big barn. And then when the front line came closer, they ran away to Valle, to other town here.
Okay. So, which member of her family though was it that brought the soldiers here to bury them?
Vai ir zināms, kas ir apglabājis tos karavīrus? Kāds no jūsu ģimenes vai paši vācieši? Paši. Germans themselves, they buried them.
Okay. So that gives a bit more information as well. So then can we ask her how she felt when she contacted the Volksbund and they didn't come to do anything here?
Vai jūs atceraties, kāda bija sajūta, kad jūs sazinājāties 90. gados ar vācu organizāciju Volksbund, un kad viņi pateica, ka viņi nebrauks šeit?
Nē, es tikai, man pateica kaut kādu personu, bet tas bija jau kādu 30 gadu atpakaļ. Strādāja Mediņu muzikas vidusskolā. Un tad man pateica vienu telefonu, lai es pazvanu. Un es pazvanīju un pateicu tādu faktu, ka pie mums ir.
Jā. Un tad nekas tālāk nenotika.
Bet nē, nekas ne man atzvanīja, ne neko.
So she was given a phone number while she was working at a music school in Riga. And she called that number, informed them about such thing that the German soldiers buried at the garden, and then no reply. They just said yes, okay, good, and that's all. No more calls, nothing.
Yeah, can you tell her? For me, hearing that news is quite sad, really, because it's almost like the countries just don't care about them and forgotten them.
Gariem tādu ziņu dzirdēt ir ļoti skumji, jo viņam kā pašam karavīram ir ļoti žēl, ka valsts nerūpējās par saviem kritušajiem.
How does she feel about it? That nobody's come to do anything about this, because people back home watching now, and all of us, we have and understand, and a lot of us agree that the soldiers shouldn't be just left out here, you know, forgotten. So I'd like to know how she feels about. She's tried contacting the Volksbund to have these soldiers taken away and reburied properly, and that nothing's been done, and also how she feels about having these soldiers on her property, so especially so close to the building.
Vai bija kaut kāda sajūta par to, ka tie karavīri ir tik tuvu mājai apglabāti, un ka neviens nebrauc viņiem pakaļ visus šos gadus?
Viņi man, kā saka, lika miera, neko nerādījās, ne sapņos, no ko es šeit tad noskaitīju tēva reizi viņiem par godu, un te priesteris atbrauca mūsu kurmenis, Skaiskalnē viņš, jā, tēvs Jānis, ja jūs vispār zināt. Un tad viņš arī tādu drusku paskaitīja lūkšanas, jā. Un pasvētīja to vietiņu arī. Vienā mierā.
She said that those are very, very calm neighbors. They didn't come to her in dreams or anything like that. Several times she gave prayers for them, and once the local priest Jānis, he came here and made the prayers for them as well, and made the land sacred. So everything was done as good as they could.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So can you tell that those things that she's done there are very kind, and that I'd like to say thank you for taking that extra care and respect, really, for what she's done.
Arī es vēlētos pateikties par to, ka jūs izrādījāt tik daudz rūpes tiem karavīriem, ka jūs darījāt tik cik jūs varējāt.
Vispār ceriņi bija sastādīti.
Right after the war, they placed the bushes with flowers on top of them.
I see somebody put the cross there, right on the position where these soldiers are as well.
Tas krusts, kas tur stāvēja, tas ir jūsu tēva krusts. It is the old cross from a grave of her father. He made it himself, for himself, but then they put a headstone on the grave, and then they just moved the cross here and placed next to these graves.
Okay, right, guys. Those of you watching back home now, so you'll have to bear with me, because there's some questions that we'd like to ask this lady while we've got her here, and then as soon as we've run through the questions that we would like to ask, what we'll do is we'll get you guys, if any of you have any questions for her. But what I'm going to try and do is, while I'm speaking with this lady, to try and cover all the bases of the main sort of questions that can be asked. So just bear with us. As soon as I've finished asking the questions for us, then we'll get to you guys. So I'll just see, is there anything so far, Roberts?
No, the Brian said, I just want to thank her and her family for taking the time for preserving, taking care of the names and burial site as best as family can do. Un tad raksta to cilvēks, ka paldies, ka jūs esat saglabājuši šo vietu un ka saglabāt arī vārdi, jo tas arī salīdzinoši reti ir. Then one gonna ask if we are...
Mēs jau atnācām, mēs jau Rīgā dzīvojām, vismaz 30-40 gadus. Un pēc tam, ka mamma un vecākais brālis nomira, tad mēs pārnācām šeit dzīvot.
They lived in Riga for 30 or 40 years, and when her mother and oldest brother died, they decided to move back to the family house in countryside.
Okay.
Mēs jau vēl gribējām, domājām, neko nedarīs, mēs gribējām vēl plāksni uzlikt ar tiem vārdiem, kas bija palikuši.
If no one would do anything with these graves, they decided that at least they would put a headstone made it from their own money with those names which they had there, and placed them on top of the graves.
Apologies. So if you can explain to her what's going to happen now. Obviously, what we're doing. That first of all, we're going to expose the guys. Then we're going to take them up. We've got some of the tags. So tell her some of these guys now will get their names back on a headstone, and they're going to be in a military cemetery.
Yeah.
And their families informed if there's any families. So
Yeah.
now their families can come and pay their respects.
Jā. Garijs vēlējās paskaidrot, ka tālāk, kas tagad notiek, mēs atklājam vaļā apbetījumu karavīru, viņa mirstīgās atliekas, tad viņš tiek izņemts ārā no kapa, reģistrē viņa identifikācijas materiālu, žetonus, jo viņiem izskatās, ka visiem būs žetoni, tāpēc varēs zināt, kurš ir kurš tieši, un tiks meklēt viņu radi, viņu radiem tiks paziņots, ka viņi ir atrasti, un visdrīzāk, ja viņu radi nevēlēsies citādi, tad viņi tiks apbedīti vācu karavīru kapos Beberbeķos pie Rīgas. Jā, ka viņiem būs beidzot brāļi blakus, viņiem būs krusts ar viņu vārdu. Godam izdarīt.
Tāpēc es arī piekritu.
That's why she agreed to do this, and this was what she wanted.
Can you tell her that I've also got names in the book in Saudas from my family name, and that they're lost soldiers. That there's one in there, and we searched yesterday, didn't we, Roberts? We went to which one was it yesterday on that road? What's the name of the cemetery we looked?
Beberbeki.
Yeah, we went there, looked there.
Yeah.
Name's not on any of the tablets. In the book in Saudas Cemetery, says he should be in Riga World Friedhof.
Yeah.
But I know some of the graves, they buried civilians on top of them.
Yes.
So now, you know, this person from my family, they are gone. There's no grave.
They are still in the Riga Wald Friedhof, but they are commemorated in Saldus War Cemetery.
Yeah, but there's not even their name is in Riga.
Just in the book.
Yeah, so if you want to tell that to us later.
Piemēram, viņam ir tā, ka viņam ģimene arī nāk daļa ģimenes no Vācijas, viņam ir vācu uzvārds. Un viņa uzvārds, viņš ir atradis viņu Saldus karavīru brāļkapos, vācu karavīru brāļkapos. Un cilvēks ar tādu pašu uzvārdu kā viņam, viņš ir tikai tajā grāmatā ierakstīts, bet viņš nav apbedīts kapos, jo viņa kaps ir pazaudēts Rīgas meža kapos, jo tur ir tāda lieta notikusi, ka tur bija vācu karavīri apbedīti, un viņiem pēc tam ir uzglabāti virsū civilie kapi. Un tāpēc tie kapi ir zuduši, ir zināmi vārdi, kas ir palikuši tajos kapos, bet paši kapi nav zināmi.
So rat detecting was asking, are you metal detecting spoil in the back? Yeah, because sometimes they can drop some small bits and pieces outside, and they just check just to be sure that the soil is cleaned off from all the stuff. So
yeah, I'm just one person with that little story there.
Yeah.
How many others are out there still waiting for news?
Jā. Tas ir tikai viens mazs stāsts vienam cilvēkam, bet cik daudz vēl tādu neatklātu stāstu, nepabeigtu stāstu. Šie cerams beidzot būs pabeigti. Varbūt kāda ģimene viņus ir meklējusi visus šos gadus. Said that maybe some family was searching for them for all of these years, and finally the story will be finished.
Yeah. Can you please ask this lady how she feels now? She's seen Talis and all the team here working on these guys and knowing what's going to happen with them.
Un Garijs vēlas pajautāt, kāda ir sajūta tagad pēc tā, kad jūs visu redzējāt, kā tas viss notiek, ka beidzot šie karavīri tiks pārbedīti.
Priecājos.
She's happy.
Okay. So now can you sorry to keep asking you,
no
I know it's a nightmare trying to translate between languages, but could you please ask this lady a couple more questions and also tell her that we're filming now live. So other people who are interested in what we do can listen to her story and understand that how she feels that soldiers are going to be recovered. And then they're going to end up in a proper military cemetery.
Vai drīkst pajautāt vēl dažus jautājumus, ja jūs neesat nogurusi? Mums šobrīd ir tiešraidi, tāpēc varbūt kāds jautās ārzemnieks vēl kādu jautājumu.
Can you ask her, would she mind spending a few moments if we answer some questions from the people watching?
She said that she can answer more questions if needed.
So guys, if you've got anything that you would like to ask this lady about anything that we're doing here, please fire some messages over. But one thing I will say, when it comes to anything to do with munitions, we're not going to answer any of that stuff. But to us, that's not important. The story behind recovering the soldiers is the most important thing here. So for us, that's the most important thing. All right. So no questions about munitions or politics, because we are not getting into that. So if anyone's got anything to ask this lady, well, we've got her here and we're taking her time, so please fire them over.
No questions, people are just watching. You covered most of the things you could ask.
But then give it a few minutes, it takes a bit of time for them to come
kādu brīdi, varbūt kāds kaut ko uzrakstīs.
Brian said just liels paldies.
People said big thanks and the great interview, Johnny said.
Well, thank you. Like I said to you guys at home, it's not often that we get to sit with somebody whose property we're on. So normally us guys are out in the forest and the forgotten places where the soldiers are. So to actually come here, I thought I'd try and grab the opportunity to speak to a landowner to get their point of view on things, so you guys can see as well. It's not, we've just tipped up on somebody's land and start digging, that's not how we roll here within Legenda. So, and it's nice for you guys to see, the lady said herself, these guys are of no relation to her, yet they've looked after the graves, they've tended to them, they've kept the names stored all these years. They've even tried contacting the Volksbund to make sure that they get taken away and taken to where they're supposed to go, and no joy until now. So, this is what Legenda do. This is what we're all about, recovering these missing soldiers. You think, there's people in there with possible family that's still alive, wondering about them and where they've been. Don't know where they are. Now we've definitely got a couple of guys there, because we've got the ID tags. They're going to get their names back. We're going to be able to now get their family contacted and let them know where they are. So they're going to have some closure as well. And not only that, this lady then gets the soldiers off of her property. Although she doesn't seem to have a problem with it, I think she'd probably sleep happier knowing that they're going to where they're supposed to be, alongside their comrades in a proper military cemetery. So as you saw there, I asked her a few questions on how she felt and explained, that family members will get informed.
So we have two things.
Okay.
First is how did the soldiers die? Carly asks.
Okay, so from the information that we've been told, there was a big barn here where some of the soldiers were staying. They fled from the barn and were killed in engagements, and other German soldiers brought them to this place and and buried them there. So at the moment, we know that there's a bit of a mixed bunch of guys there, looking at the ID tags. So it's possibly a Luftwaffe guy and definitely some army guys there. So what we'll do in a minute is we'll cut back over there and have a look how the guys are getting on with the recoveries. But I just wanted to take the chance while we had the lady here to ask her a few questions and see her point of view on the whole process that we're doing here. So without further ado, let's head over and see how the guys are getting on for a moment.
So, Carly asks how many are buried. I think we don't know yet. We'll know it when we recover all of them, because you cannot believe information. You need to believe your shovel.
Yeah, we're still searching down there.
And here you can see the dog tag in awful condition. Sometimes we have to try to read from.
Right, do you want me to take over the camera while you go to work?
Yep, I'll do it.
Right, so Andres is the main man when it comes to this stuff. So bear with me a moment. I'll pass that to you.
Put it here.
So as I explained to some of you guys earlier, I'll just recap. So this is one of the zinc tags, and they deteriorate pretty badly. And as I told you, we've only got a certain amount of time that these are going to be able to be read. After that, they're going to be unreadable, which means that these guys are going to lose their identities. This is why we're trying to crack on and get as many recovered as we can. Right, let's have a quick look at your messages here. Mike Jones, thank you for that. So you know, we just try. Oh look, everybody, it's our friend Kim.
How you doing, man?
Say hello to everyone, Kim.
Good to see you.
Good to see you,
Hi,
buddy. You alright?
Oh, yeah, now I am. Yeah.
I'm glad you managed to get out here. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'll just give you a bit of a lowdown. So
I'm just gonna say hello to the. Здравствуй, Kim. Как Kim? Alles goed?
See, comradeship within the team. Yeah. So Kim's just come out from the Netherlands to meet up with us here and help. So the whole idea of this is because this comes out of the ground, it starts deteriorating really quickly. So the whole idea of what Andres is doing here is trying to expose the writing, so that we can then get that written down before it deteriorates with the conditions with the air and stuff. So Tyler will then be able to get that information written down as good as he can, and try and get the identity back for the guy. But yeah, like I said, we need to do this as quick as possible. Now, you know, these means might not be, you know, the best sort of scientific way of doing it, but it works. And like I said, we've only a certain amount of time when these tags come out of the ground that we can read it before the air gets to them and they really start deteriorating. You wouldn't believe how quickly these tags deteriorate when the air gets to them. Carly, thank you for your kind words. Much appreciated. Yeah, and it's all about giving these people their identities back and getting them repatriated at the end of the day. As we said before, these guys gave their all for their country, regardless of which country that was, and they shouldn't be left deserted. And especially given the fact that most of them were boys, not men, conscripts, and in a war they probably didn't even want to fight in. So right, let's have a look at the comments here. Right, Rob, totally agree. Couldn't agree with you more than that. No soldier should be left forgotten and deserted by their government, especially when they've paid the ultimate price. So. If there's any questions you guys want to ask, please fire away, and don't forget to like and share the videos. Let's get them out there. All right. Right, I'm going to leave you for a minute, Andres, and just quickly go over and see how the boys are getting on. So I hope I asked the right kind of questions with the landowner, the lady there, for all you guys.
Mēs stāvam un neko nevaram izdarīt. Kur tu esi? Tu atrast tos karavīrus vēl rekur ir karavīri.
Right, so this is Wilma. Wilma's come up from Lithuania. She's one of the ladies within the group, and she's been doing this for a long time. She also does it in her home country. So you can see she's worked very, very systematically, exposing her particular soldiers she's working on. Obviously, she's now got to the point where she's going to be lifting the bones to go in the bone box now. Got another guy here. He's doing the same, slowly working his way around. Carly, we'll try and stay here for as long as possible. It might be a case of where we run out of time today and have to come back tomorrow, but nobody gets left behind. Brian, we always mark the graves after we do any recoveries, and I'm just going to scan around because Duxie, he's here with the camera, so everything that we do here is documented. So if we need to go back in the future to see where we've been and what we've done, we've got a record of it. So yeah, it's not like we just turn up, grab them, and that's it. Everything's documented and marked as well. So. How are we getting on, Anders?
Pretty good.
Okay, do you mind if I try and come down to you a minute?
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm going to ask those of you watching that are a little bit squeamish to look away for a moment, because I want to try and show the whole process. Anders has been working on this gentleman here, and we're going to have a quick look. So it's pretty tough going, but yeah, so we've got a soldier there lying like this. Carly, thank you ever so much. There's people like yourself that really help us get what we're doing out there in the public eye, that we're trying to do the right thing with these forgotten soldiers. So all the likes and shares that you can pass over and get people to subscribe and view our channel would be a great and much appreciated. So Anders soldier, he's still got his helmet on. Anton's also still has his helmet on, and these guys are still working slowly and systematically trying to expose the soldiers here. So if I just point out, so these are a few of the personal items. There's a ring from a Zeltbahn, some buttons there, uniform buttons, and we've also got the belt hooks that would have went through the tunic to support the belt, and all the belt kit that they would have had, like their ammo pouches and stuff. So there's another one just there in the next one. Inca's on call, sifting through any earth that's come out of Anton's grave site. Make sure nothing slips through the soil here. So it's really great that these particular graves haven't been looted by anybody, and we've got a few of the guys here with their tags on, so that they've got their identities for sure. So yeah, it's just sad when you hear the stories about guys coming desecrating the graves and just thinking there's a few euros profit in it, which is totally against everything that all of us here stand for. Right, let's have a look here.
Klausies, Marka bija Antonam, ja?
JB, thank you. That is exactly the reason we're out here, trying to combat that. So there's a lot of people back home don't realise, the amount of guys from Russia and Europe coming out here and trying to get to places like this before we do, so that they can rob things. It's sad that where Anders is working now, to some muppet from these black digging groups, all they see is a price on helmet, price on an ID tag, some buttons, and these things don't sell for crazy money, but it has fueled the relic market, and I'd like to try and put a stop to all this black digging. There should be a law, really, especially against the removal of ID tags from dead soldiers. That should be definitely outlawed by every country. It should be made illegal with a very heavy consequence. So, right. See, we've still got the members of the family here, who are watching the work that we're doing. You alright, buddy? Good to see you, man.
It's good to be here, man. It's amazing with the internet. I found your house in the middle of nowhere.
So Kim's just joined us. Obviously, like I told you, our whole team is more like a family. And lots of us are friends outside of what we do here. So when we get a chance to meet up, it's always a nice one. Okay, Duxie, come on. Don't you run away. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? What are you up to? Come on. Tell everybody back home.
This is for this house.
Okay.
Woman.
Yeah.
Book.
Okay.
For guests who visit in this home.
Okay. So, are we gonna put everybody's different nationalities?
I'm just gonna take a little bit and that's it, and then we can play it again.
Do you mind if I get you on camera?
Pardon?
Do you mind if I get you on camera?
No, feel free.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Right, let me just answer the questions people are asking me a moment, and then I'll come back to you if that's okay.
No hurry. That's okay.
Right, Brian, we do have a few guys who come out from America. Obviously, Jason Carlin, he's there. He's from America. I think not last year, the year before, there was a lady from Texas, Erin. She's come out and helped us. I'm pretty sure there's a few more from the US as well. So Within our team, we've got guys from everywhere joining us. So we've got guys from Canada, let's say the UK, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, where else? Poland, and then obviously a big Latvian team as well. There's obviously my friend Johnny Bay. He's from Ireland. Sadly, he can't be here. Like, so yeah, we've got a big team of guys from all over, which is nice. And like I said, all of us get together and no politics. It's just doing what we feel is right. Right, so let me ask Duxie on the count so far. So there's definitely two soldiers there to my left, one in front of me, so that's 3. Wilma's working on one there, so that's 4. Definitely 4, but there should be quite a few more than 4 here. So, but obviously we're gonna have to take these guys out first, and then we can search more.
One soldier must be
in between.
Between.
This is what I said. We have to take these guys out first, then we can look for the next ones. So, yeah. Duxie thinks there's another soldier in the wall between these two. So this is why I say we have to wait first now for these 2 soldiers to be taken out, and then we can start digging away at this wall and see if there's another one there. So yeah, at the moment it's 2, 3, 4 soldiers so far. Yeah. Yeah.
7.
7.
We need.
Okay, there you go, guys. Talis has just put me in my place, and 7 soldiers so far.
6, 7. Nē. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7. Čo?
7. Paldies!
Jā. Tajā starpā. Jā, uzrakst savu. Uzraksti.
Ko tas ir jāraksta?
Nē, es neskaties, es tā telefonu.
Brian, appreciate all your help. What I'll have to do is, it's been a little bit awkward for me at the moment because I'm out here trying to help with the guys. But definitely, once I get back home, I'll try and get in contact with you, and we'll have a bit better chat in private. But I appreciate all the help, and thank you.
So it came out that old lady is painting, and she has beautiful paintings inside her house. Plenty of them. Some nature views and all.
Right. Carly Small. Let's just read what you wrote.
Tālāk izrādās saimniece gleznos. Ļoti skaisti gleznos.
No, un?
Jā. Māksliniece.
Carly, that's very kind of you. Thank you for keeping on following us at the moment and watching. Much appreciated, and your words are very touching, so thank you very much. Obviously, we're all here for the recovery of these guys and to get these where they're supposed to be. All right. Right, let's have a look. Right, Johnny will do. So, Johnny says hello to everybody. He's following our live feed from Germany. So, yeah.
Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan. The Irish operator.
Come here, Robert, come here. This is Matt.
So, Johnny, you should have been here, you fool. So, this is why I've got Johnny's job of reporting. So, forgive me if I'm not up to scratch. But you're going to have to make do, I'm afraid, guys.
got stuck in that muddy road and I managed to push it out, and then I came to the farm that I didn't there anymore.
The word travels fast.
Yeah, thanks for internet nowadays. Andres just sent me like a pinpoint where we were on Google Maps, and To the meter actual, I got here.
Just imagine, I got
Here I stand almost.
2 days ago.
Samsung.
No, iPhone.
iPhone.
No. 30 euros.
Yeah, but mine is €5 a month, and I buy the phone. No, but I mean, you pay €30 a month, but that includes the price for the phone. I buy this phone for €120, and I pay.
Okay, right. Let's come back to this gentleman. You alright? Is it right to go to one side and have a word with you?
That's more convenient.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just come out of the way because people in and out of the trenches there. So, right. Can I start with asking you to tell everybody who's watching your name and what your association with the lady is, if that's possible.
Well, hi guys. My name is Attis, and I'm not exactly a relative to the older lady who owned the house, but I just know the family. And actually, she was trying before, probably some 25 years ago, to inform some officials that the burial place is here. But probably she didn't manage on that moment. So 2 years ago, I once again asked her permission to send a message, and it have happened, luckily, at the end. And actually, I think you should know that she wasn't immediately ready to allow to make this exclamation.
Yeah.
Because only when we explain that these folks down there will receive full respect and they will be identified. Because on the same moment she said, okay, let them lay down so there's calm, nice place and so on. Yeah, well, so this is a really sensitive matter.
Yeah, and especially after, she said that she's tended their graves and looked after them and said prayers and things for them as well. So I understand her point of view 100%. So this is why I spoke to her a little earlier, and we had a little bit of a talk, and I said a few things to her. So, but obviously, you're a family friend of the lady. So, can I please ask you? Obviously, you've been watching us working for most of the day, and you've got to see firsthand the process of how we're exhuming these soldiers, and obviously through speaking with Talis and Duxie, you obviously must understand that these guys are now going to be taken away and they're going to be put into a proper military cemetery and identified if they can be. So how do you feel about the Legenda group being here and doing this work?
I think these folks are absolutely perfect. I think they're like a very vital team, and also they work professionally. Okay, so nevertheless, this is a kind of don't misunderstand me. But to a certain extent, this is a kind of grassroots event. They are not financed by anybody, so they just do what they think is correct to be done. Okay. So and they are quite enthusiastic about it. They also learn some history beyond the event, and I think that's also important. They actually are quite obsessed with this history, and there are no kind of selfish reason for doing so. So they just love it. They think this is worthwhile to spend their free time in these events like this.
Yeah, I mean the thing for a lot of us here, the whole process here is, we'd like to think of, the family of these soldiers, that they might have never had any information on where they are and stuff like that. So to receive the news that, one of your family members has been found and they're going to have a proper resting place with their name on a headstone must bring some sort of closure to some people.
That's true. Well, I think there's still, even though there's 75 years passed since that sad event here, and still I guess there might be some relatives, because these guys are approximately at 20 plus, young folks from someone in Germany, and then maybe there's a little sister still lives somewhere. She's probably an old lady in her 80s or 90s.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we cannot simply cross these persons out. And even, okay, I have my legend in my family. My brother of my mother passed away 4 years ago, okay? And also she was longing to learn where her brother is, because he was lost in 1944, probably somewhere in Poland. Yeah? He didn't succeed yet, so well, she would be very glad to learn at least where are the remains.
Yeah, I mean, we've got no sort of we don't take sides in you know which nationalities that we're recovering. But that being said, our group's found you know Latvian soldiers here where they've still got family, you know, so they've been thankful that you know now they've been reburied at Listene. So yeah, yeah, obviously I think a lot of people watching back home might not be too familiar with how brutal the fighting was in Latvia during 1944. So because the thing for me, my personal view is, you know, Westerners always taught about things like D-Day and stuff, and you know, that was you know a big conflict there, but for me, the Eastern Front battles are sort of like put on the back shelf a little bit, and people don't seem to realise how many lives the battles that come this way touch. You know, there's so many families that were dragged into this conflict. So.
Yeah, of course, I'm not ready to give you any numbers because just simply I was read these too. But you know, I think Latvia was definitely one of the battlegrounds during the World War II, and especially at the end. Because if you know, there's one branch of German army which went up north to Leningrad. Okay?
Yeah,
because
that's
that
correct.
was one of the industrial centers. This group of army, when German army started to retrieve in 44, this was simply blocked here in Latvia, and therefore there were a lot of technique, armory people, and there was a kind of, they call it this Kurland's like a Kurland fortress or some kind of this, yeah. And actually they were not taken by Soviet force. They capitulated even after the May 8. Okay, so they stayed even longer than Berlin here because this was two massive front line. Okay, and unfortunately, and I should comment, it is not something unusual that the Latvian folks were fighting in both sides. Okay? And even father and the son could be on both sides, and even I've heard the story that they were even talking to each other from trenches in a kind of intermediate between the battles. I mean, that's terrible. So, but this was because people were simply recruited. So, of course, at the end of war, both armies recruited everyone who was more or less capable to carry guns and yeah. So this was not their kind of will. Those people, they were just captured, moved to the front line, and so sometimes it ended like this.
Right.
Very abandoned place somewhere in the countryside.
I'm gonna cut you off there and say thank you for giving me some time.
My pleasure that you do. This is very important, I think, for people to learn.
I'm just gonna show you here. See, what we do in here is showing everybody back home who's following our group what work we're doing. So there's nothing in secret. Everybody can see back home how we're treating these soldiers and recovering them. So then also with these live feeds, we're able to take questions from people back home. So with the lady, for example, she was kind enough to give me some time over there to talk, and and tell people how she's felt about these soldiers being here, and how she feels about us coming to do these processes. Again, thank you for giving me the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
My pleasure to help you.
Right, guys. So there you go. I've had a bit of feedback from the locals there, so you can see how they feel about these processes that we're undertaking here. So if any of you got any questions, please fire them over. Carly, you're a little diamond. Thank you for your kind comments. So thank you. Australia, that's some distance. I hope it's not too early or too late over there at the moment. I forget what the time difference is between Latvia and Australia. I know for the UK, Latvian time is 2 hours ahead. So, how you feeling, buddy?
Great. That's great.
So, here we go. So, not only is this chap a member of Legenda, he's also been awarded his badge for unaided recovery of soldiers. Quite a special badge for that.
One myself, Russian soldier.
So, you're more than welcome, Carly. Not a problem. If there's anybody you want me to pick out and speak to and ask any questions, then please just fire away. More than happy. I'm trying to run around and make sure I get a bit of everything here, and so you guys get to see how we're recovering the soldiers, what's been done, and also speak with the local people so you can see how they feel. Because you know, a lot of people get the wrong ideas about our recovery processes. Through this, you can see how the local people feel about having soldiers on their land, how they feel about you know, them being repatriated and recovered. So, Nick West, thank you very much for your support there. So thank you. Hello, Mike. Thanks for watching. Please like and share. I'm just gonna take you over now to where we're recovering some of the soldiers. See how the boys are getting on.
Yep.
So, sorry guys, I'm just gonna jump in here a second. So Anton's slowly been working away on this soldier here, still with his helmet on, in here. So it's a slow process, because what the guys have to do is first of all expose the complete body of the soldier before they're even able to start taking them out. Sometimes bodies lay across the top of other bodies, and it makes it really awkward. So the guys are here exposing the bodies, making sure they've got a complete soldier. We don't leave anything behind. Sometimes it's almost impossible to do this without taking the smaller bones out and putting them there so they're safe and they don't get lost or mixed up with the earth. But then, that being said, there's one guy normally working in the hole, and another guy like Jason will be on the side sifting through everything, making sure nothing slips through. So
it's my turn in the hole now.
Okay, right, I'm gonna get out of your way and let you get back in there. So
yeah, Gary, I don't know if you told them these guys have smashed faces. That's why the helmets are still on.
Okay, so yeah, Jason's just told me that both of these soldiers have had facial injuries, and that's why they've probably been left with their helmets on to hold them together.
You can see the socks.
Guide me here.
I'm struggling to get down there a minute, Anders. Let me just. Right, good question with that. I'll chase up Andres in a minute. This first of all, I can't see you. Can't tell where.
Pretty much on to them there.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to go down and point so that people can see? So, yeah, these are the socks. The material's still there. So, yeah.
Hopefully they will hold on to the toes.
Let's just hope they've got decent boots on as well. Right. So, right, so Nick West. This is Gary Kosker speaking. So, thank you for the support from the group, and tell everybody we all said hello here, and thanks for following us. And obviously, you know most of the boys like Inca.
See you later, guys.
This is Nick West.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you know him from the group. Kim, you probably know Kim as well. He's on a lot of the groups. This crazy fool. Right, Anja, how did you get on with the tag, exposing it?
I got that it is Stamm Company, something Ersatz Battalion number 80, and one number from his personal number.
Okay.
So it's most likely enough to identify.
Right, okay, so that was the answer for Derek Wilson, because he was asking how you got on with the dog tags there.
It was really tough to read. I needed to use a few tricks, but it was possible.
So, like I said, we've got Victor's ducks there, documenting everything. Smile. Gonna make you famous. And then obviously we've got the family members over there, and the property owner. Obviously she's come out with her camera now. She would like to take some photos to have as a memento. So I think yeah, it's very nice of her to have tended these soldiers for all this time.
Ту сторону осторожно, да? Там видимо, арбайт. Этот кусок земли стоит на честное слово. Ну тот, который там посерединку.
Możesz się, Krzysiek, dowiedzieć, jak się nazywał nawet.
How are you feeling, Duxie?
What?
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good because today I have weekend.
How are you feeling about today, it being here?
What?
How do you feel about today being here?
No, we was here before, 3 months ago.
Mhm.
We found the first soldier, and today we go and found the other.
Luksi, viņš vispār tev jautā, kā tu jūties par būšanu te šodien?
So there you go. The guys have been here before and managed to find one, but obviously we're back today to finish off the process. So this is what the cover here was all about, was it? This sheet, was that because you guys were here before?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there you go, and just another bit of information just to show you guys that yeah, no one gets left behind. So even though we might run out of time in a day, we do get back and make sure that all the guys are recovered.
You could order 5 beers. Next time, 5 beers.
People who are working with the machines, so they're just,
So, quick wander over here. So, there's a couple of soldiers there. Most essential digger's tool. There's a lot of equipment in here from the other guys as well. Talis's permits and things here. So obviously he works with a lot of the local governments and stuff to get the permits needed for digging. You can't just turn up and start digging, so you need permits and landowners' permissions. Don't know if I told you guys before, all of us within the team, we've done fundraisers, sold items out of our own collections and things to finance getting this vehicle for Talis. So here we go, got everybody's names here who's contributed to getting this vehicle. So let's have a jump up and have a quick look. So, there you go. So it's a lot of the main guys who actually contributed to getting the vehicle. Steve Newman, very big man, involved in the whole vehicle process, because he was the guy who put the most into it, and then drove the vehicle from Germany to the UK, got it registered, and then from the UK to Latvia to hand over to Talis. Obviously this was a ex-German EOD vehicle, so it's got the jacked up suspension, which made it the ideal vehicle for us to use within Legenda, because a lot of the time we're in the forest off-road, so yeah, having him jacked up really helps. So yeah, so that was one of the things us as team members done to help the group as a whole, which was to get Talis a more suitable vehicle for this kind of work, especially that they take a hard life, all the equipment guys constantly in and out, off-road use, so yeah. Right, so again, some of you guys watching, we've been told that we've still got our donations page up, so please check it out. Every little helps, so yeah, any contributions will help the group carry on this kind of work, but regardless of whether you contribute or not, we're all volunteers and we fund these ourselves. It's just sometimes any help is help at the end of the day. So it won't stop us from coming out and carrying on this work. As I told you, everyone's a volunteer, everyone pays their own way here to get out here, pays for their own hotels, food, flights, accommodation, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're not in it for the wrong reasons. We're purely here to get soldiers recovered. Any of you have any questions, please fire away. So, our Polish guys are just starting their recovery now, so yeah. Anders, have you got to the boots yet?
No boots on.
No boots at all. Just his socks. Okay.
Yeah. Just shaking them. And
boots were
toes and everything still in there.
Happy days.
Were deficit during the war.
Oh yeah. If any of you guys watching, you got any questions, please fire them over, and I'll do my best to answer them. Obviously, I've gone around a little bit earlier today and spoke with various people, guys within the group, the family members of the people that own property, and also her friends. So yeah. I wouldn't say you have to be qualified to do this, but you definitely have to have some knowledge and a bit of training. You can't just go out and start digging up soldiers, I'm afraid. So yeah, definitely some background knowledge and some training helps. There's specific groups. Sometimes it's not a case of, you just write and get accepted. You have to be vetted and all sorts of things. Obviously, what we're doing is quite a sensitive subject for some people. So yeah, you have to make sure that doing something like this, you have the right kind of people. So yeah, I can't tell you how Legenda specifically go about recruiting anybody or allowing people to join, but yeah, it wouldn't be easy. Obviously, we're all very good friends here, and we wouldn't allow anybody to jeopardize all our friendships and the work that we do. So we're very strict on our membership, I'm afraid. What we're doing here, this isn't just some club and get together. It's proper work that we're doing, and yeah, it's a very sensitive subject. So your intentions have got to be, honourable and your heart in the right place to do this. And yeah, I think you definitely have to have a strong mind. Seeing some of the things that are coming out of trench lines and things is at times quite emotional. I've had a few instances here in Latvia myself where we've done recoveries, and it's been quite an emotional one, and yeah, definitely sometimes puts a lump in your throat and brings a tear to your eye. Nick, thank you ever so much. I'll let the guys know. So Inca's quite active on the group, I know. So I've got Nick West here again, Inca. He said he would be happy for the team to put the donation page on the War Relics Metal Detecting group.
Oh, nice. If Matt McDermott is on, you can do that for us, please.
Yep, Matt, I think he's travelling at the moment. He's going to be with us this evening.
All right.
Or, hold on, what day is it today? Wednesday?
Yeah.
No, Matt's here tomorrow, so yeah, we can get Matt on the case when it comes to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Nick West, once again, thank you very much. I know you're one of the supporters of our work, so God bless you and thank you for that. I'll say I'm sort of standing in a bit for Johnny Bay, as he's not able to be here on this trip. So forgive my poor cameraman skills and commentary. So if any of you got any questions, please don't be afraid to ask. And if you got anything you want me to go and point the camera at, and just holler. So thank you. Murdoch. Get in there. What? How much? Can't remember. I think 20, 30 pounds, something like that. It's good. It's not like this.
Hunting shops also good.
Yes. These are good quality ones, I think. proper like military issue, so better than the cheap civilian type stuff there.
Always dry.
Ready? Any of you boys got any EKMs yet? No?
Yeah, we found one here.
Yeah?
Very bad condition.
Is that the one that Andrew's checked out, is it? Yeah, okay, right. We've seen that, so I won't tear the bag open and show. Derek Wilson, thank you ever so much. We try our best. So obviously everyone here is dedicated to the recovery of fallen soldiers, regardless of nationality. Yeah, so what Inka's just shown me here is that thing there, that blob that you can see, is a button. It's one of the uniform buttons. This is why it's very slow and systematic going through the recovery. So I don't really like putting the picture like this on live. It's a little bit of a touchy subject, but at the same time I think that some of you guys would like to see exactly, you know, how these guys are laid and how we're getting them recovered. So as you can see, we have bones here, but then all the personal bits are saved, even the smallest buttons. So soldiers' belongings should stay with a soldier, and all of us believe in that.
So how do you continue? What's the plan here?
The only things that we can't bury the soldiers with is weapons and, you know, ammunition if they have them on them. Quite often we find them still in their fighting trenches with weapons and ammunition. So those things obviously we cannot put in the coffins. The coffins are pretty much the same shape is these bone trays. They're made of paper, so they do decompose in the ground. So yeah. So you're a little bit limited for space with the coffins. But then that being said, there's not much that is left once the bodies have decomposed. It's mainly just like the small items, like I said, the buttons, helmet. And a few other things. So this is why the bone trays are the size they are. They're just enough to take a soldier and his belongings. So
Var droši!
Kaut gan vispār, nē, vispār varbūt arī var.
Dukam, dodiet droši.
Labi dzer. Jā, īstenībā, jā, kaut kur bija, ka tinteni varēs, jā, bet uz ņemdi, jā. Es esmu ļoti daudz lietojis, jā. Jā. Viņi garšīgi. Ļoti garšīgi. Bet tikai nedrīkst, ka te paliek tumšs, te nedrīkst tikai balts, jā, tikai. Tāpat cepta, ļoti garšīgi.
At the moment it's a bit like the any of the British councils, 2 guys working and about 8 watching.
You know, Anders, like plastic surgery.
Yeah, he's very delicate, but you can't knock the guy. He's doing a good job.
Anders,
anyways,
do you have ID tags?
No.
Can't find any.
This one, Anders, no. Anyways, today's the first time I've seen you with a shovel for how long?
was going to make a comment about its use, but I see we are on the I guess you have heard that one already.
But let's see how Wilma's getting on. She started trying to go through the wall to get to her soldier. So Wilma's more than confident. She's been doing this stuff for quite some time. So as you can see, Wilma's slowly exposing her soldier before being able to take him out. Obviously, you can see there she's putting the smaller bones in the tray so they're not lost before she's able to recover the rest of him. So looking there, all these soldiers seem to have some serious facial and head wounds, which is quite sad to see.
Kur ir, piemēram, ir vairākas maksas un ir vairāki uzvārdi pierakstīti. Ja? Tos visus uzvārdus saliks kopā, un lai viņi paši, tur ir kaut kāda loģiska secība arī bija, ja viņš ir rakstīts. Pirmais. Kā loģiski ir rakstīts?
It looks like all of them are pretty much makes you think they got hit by a bomb. And we were all shattered. Yeah, this one next door does this too. Yeah, same for like I said, the one next door.
Right, Nick. So what we've been told by the landowner and the friends of the landowner is not far from here, over in that direction. I think there's a barn where the German soldiers stayed. There was some battles not too far away from here, and some of the soldiers were killed in action. Other German soldiers have then brought them to this location and buried them. This lady here, she wrote down has got a calendar from 1944 with the names of some of the soldiers written down in it, and she's tried to contact the Volksbund for these soldiers to be collected and repatriated quite some time ago, but they weren't interested and didn't come out here. So she's waited years to have these guys exhumated. She's then got in contact with Legenda, who've now come on site and taken over. So we will get these guys out and get them repatriated to a military cemetery. So yeah, these were buried. Earlier on there was a cross here, if I can just show you. So the family of left a cross here to mark where they were. So and the lady whose property this is, she's tended the graves and left them prayers and looked after them for a lot of this time. So we've thanked her for that. So, come on guys, please like and share.
Could you flatten it a bit, Anton? Then I will begin my... Yeah.
I'll do like this.
Yeah, I'll put it on there.
The one next door is completely broken.
Yeah. Mówiłem mu, żeby poszedł, bo tu stał i stał, nie? Może wrócił tam, gdzie był.
It's so agile.
I know I know I'm packing a bit of extra timber, but I can still get about, boys. Hey, guys sifting through, making sure nothing gets through as Kim's removing some soil from here.
Yeah, if you look here, Gary, you can see the brown soil. That's the virgin clay, untouched. And here's the dark soil.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been organic. This is organic material. So that's where the legs and the feet are. I need to dig 20-30 more centimeters to get the feet and the boots.
So, Kim, just tell the guys watching how long you've been coming out to Latvia with Legenda.
Hey, Kim.
I think 5 years now.
Okay, so here's another guy coming out here as a volunteer for the group and doing this great work. 5 years coming out here and doing this stuff, and yeah, funding his own trips out here to help us. So you can see the amount of expeditions that some of these guys have undertaken is you know, awesome. These guys are more like heroes than some footballer who's getting paid a stupid amount for kicking a bag of wind about. You know, yeah, these guys are inspirational, really are. And like we said, all from different places in the world come to get together and do this. So come on guys, like and share, and if you've got anything that you want to ask, please fire away. So you can see here, look, Kim's trying to be very careful where he puts his feet and that he doesn't disturb any of this soldier.
If you look here, this is his upper leg bone, and his head is behind me. That means the knee was here at this height. So his boots are, if the feet
further
are
in, yeah.
If the lower legs are present, at least. I need another 10 centimeters.
So have a quick look how Anders is getting on. Yeah, yeah. So Doxy's got the calendar where we've got the names of some of the soldiers written down.
If we from left side, if we counting from left side, this is first. Sutler Henry.
Hold on. Is there a page missing there?
And page missing too.
Yeah. So there's definitely a page missing here. So one here.
Yeah, there's one page. Okay, this is it. 1, 2. This is Sutler Henry. Next, Bacher Josef, Pister Paul, and pajautā varbūt tās ir cilvēki. Paskatās. Pārbauda.
Yeah, Gary, looks to say that's possibly one. can check these names through the Volksbund archives. Maybe Johnny can do.
Yeah, Johnny Bay, you online, buddy? If you're online, send me a PM on Facebook, please, because I need some help here. Need to see if these guys are on the Volksbund, what they're listed as at the moment. So, name of this soldier, please. My pronunciation is not going to be correct. So,
Pister Paul Bacher Josef and Hendrik Sattler.
Okay. So if anyone who's out there who's watching who can help us with the Volksbund stuff there on these names, please give us a shout. Take this to Roberts and get Roberts to call Johnny, because maybe Johnny's not watching his live feed, so he wouldn't see. So
I will send a photo.
yeah. So here you go, soldier getting carried over to Tallis. He'll then be put in a body bag, and yeah, there you go. So Tallis will then number the body bag. She's got his kit here with all the stuff for marking the soldiers. Yeah. There you go. This here is a Latvian religious symbol that all our body bags have. So.
Tam jest mała, przyniosę ci.
Kas ir?
To žeton, ko kungs no rīta atnes. Jautājums, vai viņi dublējās, šitiem kās te nedublējās. Pagaidām
Another button.
Где посередине?
So you go. Another button. You see there, Anders working very slowly and systematically, getting his soldier recovered. Can't rush these things, so it takes as long as it takes. At least he's in good hands. And as you can see, we've got the other boys there, just making sure nothing slips through. Jason there, as you can see, with the pinpointer. There you go. Yeah. Even like the small coins can be a real nightmare to try and find.
Es esmu redzējis, ka tā ir tā kā. Es nevaru,
Kim Soldier. So these two guys seem to have facial injuries, hence they've been left with their helmets on. So
Probably took my wedding band off. Yeah, but it's affecting my wedding band, so I just put it off.
But at least the weather's perked up. It was looking a little bit like it for the last few days. I've been here already for 5 days, nearly 6 days out here, and the weather up until yesterday was just constant rain, so it made things an absolute nightmare for getting out and working here. So yeah, I'm glad it's cleared up today for the team, especially seems most of the international guys have met up today. Right, so I'm going to ask Andres if he'll take over the camera duties for a moment.
Looks like. Sure.
I'm just gonna,
no problem.
Pagaid, es visu vasaru nobraucu ar savu velosipēdu. Kādu? Ko tu nobrauc?
Kā? Es noliku mašīnu. Pagaid, es noliku mašīnu prom no mājām. Braucu ar velosipēdu no mājām.
Inka, what are you doing right now?
We are sifting through what he is throwing up to find all these small fragments of bones, toes, and seems the soil here is quite aggressive, so the bones are very porous, soft, and splintered. Destroyed.
Это документ.
Это не документ, это газета. Tā ir viņa stiprā nauda, viņa tāda paliek, viņiem tāda nauda tiešām tas metāls. Nu, Krieviem tur neko nevar pārmest, Krievu naudu visu laiku. Un tas pārējais ir.
It's a wallet. Coins are very, very crowded. There seems to be a piece of newspaper or something like that among them.
И он получил ранение в лицо, да? Это не ты, да? Я. Это ты, да? Вот это его ранение, да?
Что у тебя там в мешке есть?
Да, сюда. А это что? Есть это. Окей. Да, это я. Pilnīgi kājas sabrunā. Tas iespējams arī bija.
Pagaid, Duksi, klausies, Marka, Vilma neatmarka, da?
Jā, šīm te karavīram ir tā, ka viņam nav siemats, viņam ir norauts kājas.
Ладно, будет все хорошо. Так, курьера.
Robertam Pušukas. Arī norauts. Tāpat tam.
Hey, Andrew. My wife says she sees me.
Good.
To samo robi. Mało teraz
That's what matters.
Pilnīgi, да, полностью. Teraz ty, Krzysztof. Ja będę wybierał. No dobra. Jā, augsts jau pilnīgi, viņam ir gūži arī pilns, nu, sabrigā. Kas bija palicis, tad zin kā?
Господа из Польши, не ходите, пожалуйста, здесь.
Там на стенке.
Ну так потом. That's the first piece I've seen. There'll be a lot of it. It's all broken up.
You speak English? You speak English? Don't walk on this piece of land because it may fall on Wilma.
Чуть-чуть там. Ахтунг, ахтунг.
Я бы не ходил по земле. День. Ну, Jodien, taču mašīnā. Vieto mašīnā pagūst.
Just be careful if you break through. I'm here. I hate to rescue you.
I would hate to see this one fall.
That's what I'm saying.
Just leave him in.
Ah,
It's
true.
Nav visas kājas, jā? Visas divas. Visas abas divas.
He'd be like, what's this fancy badge on his cap?
Is it quiet?
Wow, that is
Let's look at the internet.
The internet will be a thing then? Maybe something different then. Maybe some hologram crap.
Bet kurā dienā, vai šodien vakarā vai rīt no rīta piebrauks. Bet viņš pateica, ka būs. Man
Well, you want to take out the shoe? That's what you do. Why the question? You the shoe here. It's really
Mindaugas būs, ja?
Būs.
really something.
Это нашествие литовцев и поляков.
Honor to you, since you dig most of the hole.
Все. Одни литовцы. Ну?
We find that many times without tools also. Because those guys were they were really in a hurry. They have much of them.
Kaip, matai, kaip išmokyti ir Vilmas ir šiaip Lietuvos archeologija pasistengė. And this art.
Добрачи. И поехали, чтобы туда хлопцы есть. Их можно с тамтой стороны. Я се там пойду.
Es domāju, ka Vilma, varbūt, ka vajadzētu ņemsim ārā viņu. Может быть, выбираем его, чтобы там освободить.
Я
Так?
сейчас открою.
Давай, да, хорошо. Мгм.
Anders, you are ready? Anders. You found it? Yeah, very good tag. Really, very readable. Yeah? Aluminium. Yeah.
So Anders has a dog tag?
Yeah. Perfect. Anders, but body is here, clean? Bones is clean?
Almost. Just need the pelvis area.
Okay, a little bit. Okay, I wait.
Leave it, leave it.
Tā.
Bet iš kur tas vienas žetonas?
Can you search the boot area with pinpointers? I didn't do that yet. You have it? Okay. Maybe there's a dog tag in his boot or something.
Okay.
Yeah, Victor, we just got to his boot. His boot is in the tunnels.
And yeah, dog tag we have.
That's a lot.
Anders, tur baigi pacenties.
This chunky stuff, is that could be, or it could be clay. Oh, it seems, you know, it's different texture.
Okay. If you want, take some big shovels from the feet area, and me and Inka will shift through. Yeah. Because I found one boot, so I don't know if the other one is there. I can't find it. Maybe it's still deeper in there.
Yeah, a little bit to the side because I found one of his feet quite
Here?
quite high up
Oh, okay.
early on.
Okay.
So
Maybe it is just one boot.
Yeah.
I'll just hop in there. And then I'll,
Co to jest za sypanie? Nie można tu sypać.
Luksī, paņems?
Tas ir kurš? Tas ir Inka? Tas ir Anton? Inka, Antons, Kim. Kim, okay. Teamwork.
And Jason.
And Jason. And Jason, yeah. Okay, Jason.
It's a quadruple threat.
And Roberts.
Neatsikasa. Fronte nėra vietos, nesuplatino. Ten sutraukia.
Tenai?
Čia neatsikasa.
Вельма? Вельма? А у него одна нога выглядит, что оторванная была, да? Да. So legs are broken up and completely destroyed, seems that.
Wise advice from Anders. You should write a book. I don't eat
Tai paskui jau, kai ten pradės, žinok, nu va Vilma išėma ir mes jau užkasinėm šitą. Nes ana reikia, šitą reiks visą vadą. Kam čia lakščių?
I've probably eaten dog in the past, I just didn't know it. I want to know that I'm
The show is fake. Two bigger bones coming from that area. And those look to be the... You know, there's always two in your lower. The thin one and a thicker one. Those are the thicker ones. I don't know the name like this, but the two thinner ones.
When we're getting on.
Oh, Anders.
All good?
Yeah.
Let me know when you're gonna get the head out. Yeah, well. So that I can film it.
No, thank you. Good. I turned the brightness a little bit down because
it saves the
it
battery
started to consume too much battery. Okay, want to take over?
Darling? No, you're doing a good job.
Okay, good. I know it's really hard.
If anybody's asking any
Yeah,
questions.
nothing. It's really hard to keep it for several hours. I know.
Yeah. It's a shame that the gimbal's not worked as good as it should have done.
Yeah, because the problem with the gimbal, you need the 90 degrees cable. so it's like taking only small amount of space and not affecting the balance as much.
Not only that, that design one, I think it heats up and then just drops out.
No, it's because you didn't balance it. Because it was too much.
Yeah, but then how come it works for a certain amount of time and then after a few months then drops out?
It heated up. It just happens because the thing is, if it holds it here, yeah, a lot of weight is pulling it down. If it holds it here, you don't need to use as much energy to hold it, and that's why it's not eating as much of the energy and not heating up. So, okay, we are recovering this soldier, taking him out. And the other guys are continuing doing their part. Duksi? Man vajag spogulini. Gary, can you take over? I will take a camera.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? Take a battery.
Jā.
Tā, pagaidi tāli. Duksi, kur ir kamera?
So bear with me a minute, guys, where we just have a change of operators.
Tā. Re, kur ir? Re, kur stāvī. Re, kur, atdu minūšu.
Я же могу снимать. Вынимать уже или нет?
Да, можно вынимать. Док var ņemt ārā, ja?
Viņam, jā.
So now we've got Wilma starting to lift her guy. Now she's fully exposed him. So yeah, she's gonna start working through now and trying to lift his bones. So Wilma and the other Lithuanian guys, they've recently done quite a lot of mass recoveries in Lithuania. So they've done some amazing work out there. So yeah, they're fully competent in everything that they do within the team. Also, they've been assisting Legenda in the recoveries for a fair few years now. So yeah. So there's another one that's got their ID, so another soldier gonna get their identity back when they get repatriated.
That's the upper leg. I'm not sure. That was the upper leg that they go
As you can see over there as well, Anton's just started lifting his soldier also.
Yeah. The upper one is like the side one. But you know what I mean? Yeah. We move to the other side again? You need to get shorter.
So yeah, our woman's working there. She's starting from the legs and working her way up the body, just to ensure that she's got the correct soldier, and that it's not somebody else's legs that she's recovering. Stops any confusion. Sometimes with these grave sites that we've found, some of them have been laid on top of each other. Some of the Russian mass graves are extremely complicated to work because sometimes, you know, they're 3-4 soldiers deep. So, you know, you got several layers of soldiers laying on top of each other, which makes it an absolute nightmare. So, but then this is where the experience pays off and the time here doing the work.
Co? Ale tu jak chcesz stanąć i się ziemię wygarnąć.
And if you guys got any questions, please send them over. Please don't forget to like and share, and yeah, get the post out to as many people as you can. So we've got most of the soldiers out of here. We've still got a fair few to go yet. So.
It's a big ball.
Evo, kas tur Anto, kas viņam tur ir tajā pa numuru tur tajā viņa var?
So as you can see, Talis is there marking on his sheet the ID tag, which positions the ID tags come from in relation to where the soldiers are laying. So not only have we got written documentation of what's been done, we've also had Victor's with the camera recording, and that's without, you know, us here with the live feeds and stuff. So. So Wilma's now using the pinpointer, searching for any metal objects, personal effects of the soldier, buttons, belt buckle, any stuff like that.
I like it. The full experience, you know? This isn't mine. Yeah, this isn't mine. I just it's on hand.
So, as you see, it's a bit of a slow process, but yeah, it's you can't rush this. We don't want to leave any of the items behind, so everything's got to be searched and worked through. As you can see, Wilma there, she's just slowly working through the earth with the metal detector, just to make sure that everything gets taken out. So there you go, small item there. So now checking exactly what that item is.
Nekas iztiks, reku viņa aug, tie ir šitie te dievu, tie tur grēkāboli, zini?
Come on guys, like and share the video, let's get the post out there. The more subscribers and viewers we get, the better. Obviously it all helps us to reach out and show people the good work that we're doing. Obviously we've had nothing but problems with Facebook due to this crazy community standards thing that they're operating at the moment. Last summer we were documenting some of the recoveries, and they just completely shut down the post halfway through, and it's because they want to try and get it where we have to now pay to hit a certain amount of audience on Facebook. And obviously we want to show our processes out in the open so everybody can see exactly what's been done. So the group's got no bad intentions, nothing to hide. Everything is above board here, and the work that's been carried out is to the best of our ability, and you know, with the best intentions. So, at the end of the day, the main thing for us is making sure these soldiers aren't left forgotten like they have been all this time. That they're recovered and then repatriated to a military cemetery, because you know, where we are today, this lady, if she hadn't informed us, you know, and we hadn't come and taken these, you know, there's going to be a day where she will pass away, and maybe these guys would never have been found if the information wasn't passed on. So we're eternally grateful. She kept the book with all the names, and has reached out to us to take these guys away so they can be repatriated and any living relatives informed. So yeah, it's really good. Carl? No. See how these boys are cracking on. How you doing, buddy?
I'm fine. We've got the dog tag.
You've got one now?
Yep.
Oh, great.
In his pants again. I always find them in the pants.
Maybe they took it off of the soldier to snap it and then take the part they needed and put it back on him.
Yeah, I think so.
How you doing, Anton?
I'm fine.
This soldier was in a Zeltbahn.
Yeah, I noticed that from the stuff that was on the trowel. You had the big Zeltbahn rings on it. So as you can see, Anders is taking his time, and he also is exposed the soldier. So we don't just go taking them out. They need to be exposed first, and to make sure everything's there. And through doing that process, Anders has found the ID tag of this particular soldier, which wasn't around his neck where they normally are. So the only thing I can think of is when he was brought here, the other soldiers that put him here, they've taken his neck tag off to snap the tag, take the part that they need to be sent back home with the Verpass, and then his half of the tag was shoved in his trouser pocket. So
Look at the hand if you can.
pardon?
Look at the hand.
Hold on a second, Anders. Let me try and move this shovel out of the way. Get a better view for people. Don't know if you guys can see. Yeah. Never found one of those before. They look like shorts. Oh, that's okay.
Two more minutes.
No, the only annoying thing for me is doing the camera work and doing the documenting. I'm not in the trench where I want to be. Huge. Massive.
Oh, he's a mess.
You can see here the guys are pointing out some of the damage. Can you spin that around for me a second, please, Anton? So we can see. Here you go, look, guys. See the damage.
Yeah, here they go. You see the wings of the. It is a double decker, like I thought.
Yeah, I said that as the first thing I said. So the guys just noticed the helmet this guy's wearing. Some of the paint and the decals are still visible. Can you spin it around so the people viewing can see, Anton? All this time in the dirt, and there's still lots of its original colour there. Now, if this had been one of the Black Digger teams, these remains would have just been tossed to one side, and the helmet would have been taken away and sold on. Same as these ID tags, they've been robbed and sold for a pittance on eBay. So yeah, it was a good job. Legenda's doing this great work. Victor's, I need your help with some translating from Russian, please.
Where is the Anders?
Anja? No? Okay, what's she saying?
Anders.
Yes.
What is this he said?
Yeah, so Russian guy says that soldiers who wear helmets had injury in the head, therefore helmets were not taken off.
Yeah, this was what we said earlier. Yeah, so thank you for that. We did point that out earlier on during the live feed that we can clearly see that these soldiers have had serious facial injuries. Darren H, thank you. Let's say, got the boys here. They're working very systematically over these guys and giving them all the attention and the respect that they deserve. So, you want to have a go for a minute? Or?
You want to change?
I just want to have a quick
put it, take this one.
Can I put this on the chair? Or
Yeah, put it on the chair.
Small button.
Hey guys, we changed cameras. Now Andres with you. Привет, Виталий. Можно и по-русски спрашивать, я отвечу. Hi. So the new technology we developed, we bought the machines for drilling of poles.
Nie?
And
Nie idzie, ale jego trzeba puścić i jak brzęknie, to wyłączyć mu ssanie, ale...
No, no вообще, no.
Czekaj.
Ne jau mēs dārstu tagad ārdīsim ārā.
Nē, mēs vienkārši iedarbināsim.
Помпу.
Еще 3 раза.
Подержи.
Помпа. Так не
Блин, лучше вот так.
Ну ты тут натрался рынком.
Ну. Что вы там?
Что будет там?
First start works. Nē, nu nečakarēj taču dārzu. Ej, gulum, paņem un apgulēs tā
Globoko.
Awful machine. Yeah. The silver ring. a typical skull ring, not the first one like that. Yeah, take a look. Да, кольцо с хозяином останется. Šo, beidzot nomira tas aparāts.
I found a skull ring. Well, I don't know where it is. Skull ring. Yeah, ring with a skull on. Cross. Pirate ring.
Ну вот, что я хотел сказать. Кольцо останется с хозяином. Поедем на кладбище вместе с ним. Вот. Да, простое серебряное кольцо, ничего особенного. So,
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw the silver skull ring. Guys are now making photos and be given back. The ring stays with the soldier and never taken by anyone. Yes, the names will help because, as I understand, few guys don't have dog tags. But for example, this guy whom you see here in a helmet with a skull ring, his name was lost from the notebook. But as he has Erkelensport, the dog tag, his name will be recovered anyways. So, I think we'll have 100% identification on these guys.
You luck?
What?
You luck?
Tomorrow we will be at level 1 position and we will recover Imperial Russian. Вот, завтра мы будем на позициях Первой мировой и будем искать солдат русской императорской армии. The metal tags were used only by Germans, at least here. Soviets used just paper document. Up to 1942 they used bakelite container which contained a piece of paper with all of the data of a soldier. The soldiers we find from 1941, they have those containers and usually they have paper and all of the information. It depends only on how good is the condition of the paper. About 50% of them are readable and possible to identify.
Need to go deeper because the spine is.
But the ones who are from 1944, 1945, fighting from Soviet side, their percentage of identification is less than 1-2%, a very small percentage comparing to Germans, whom we identify more than 70%.
There's a phone in this pile. There's a phone there.
This is a Latvian bass.
Parādi, tuksi.
Bet tas vēl nav dērbinātais.
So, Latvian Rifleman battalion badge from one copy made in silver by our friend. And tomorrow we will do recovery of these guys, Imperial Russian soldiers.
Un tad abas puses, gan tie, kas ir Krievijā, gan palika slikti Latvijā, nolauza notis galvu. Take it over when you lift it up, like you did with Laulas un saulī. Tā, pagaidiet, tik tālu mēs esam. Taks.
With Anders pabeigs? Oh, where is the ring? Ah.
And Vitaly, if you have any more questions, that's good. I actually appreciate questions because it helps me to have the live feed more educating and more interesting. So if you have any other questions, I will answer all of them, if I will know the answers.
Tā, kur tas te bija? Viņš bija šite?
Andersam Gradzens bija, jā.
Nevajag. Ты скажи, когда тебе помощь нужна. Алло? Помощь не нужна? Помощь. Помочь. Не надо? Надо?
Ale это jego dom.
Yes, the issue with Facebook, why we try to change to YouTube, is because Facebook asks money from us to increase views. Haven't heard about something like that from YouTube. So slowly we will try to grow our channel and switch more to YouTube and Facebook use as a secondary thing for videos, not the primary one. And from that side, guys already started to cover the hole, not to destroy the garden completely.
Giedru, bet Andram Kaļuko.
All around you can hear a lot of languages spoken: Lithuanian, Polish, Russian, English. So Vitaly, we have recovered already I think 3 or 4. In total here should be 7, and it seems that we will recover all of them. No more graves are found. So we finish these guys and then we travel further.
Дина, только напишите и оставьте там.
Давай бутылки оставим. Бутылку правильно поставим.
Нифига, у меня есть.
ir, viņam cietas ir. Kur ir 3 kolors.
Yeah.
Otrā pusē.
Double decal. On the other side is a hair decal.
Yeah, so as you can see, splinter damage to the helmet, and that splinter went right through his head. Here is 3-color decal on this side under the camouflage paint, and on this side,
where is ring?
You can see the Weber decal on the helmet. Had the boots with hobnails, like it was usual for Germans.
Это твое? Ушидай.
Take some big shovels out and put them on the side. I'll shift them through.
Yeah. All these maroons, I mean. This will happen.
Anders, you are ready?
Yep.
You ready, yeah?
Yep. Ready for what?
To stretch my legs.
Anders kāp ārā.
Tā, Duksi, iedos man ar nofilmēt un nobildēt, labi?
Jā.
Alright, brother?
I think I need to go not dig a hole, but walk to the forest.
Better than fertilizing the forest.
Yeah.
You want one of us to take over?
Yeah, if you just want to. Yeah.
You want to hop in or?
Just to check. Just to check if you can find.
Is there?
We need the spinal cord and ribs.
So.
Head was there.
Head was here. There should be ribs here, but I think we managed to bring it.
But he was buried with his jacket on because we find 2 belt hooks. So there should be 2 more and more fragments of the jacket.
And
Saimnieks nāc. Tagad kāps ārā, Anders.
So there could be more people, but otherwise I don't.
Okay, yeah.
Because at first I thought it was lying on the side. So that,
Anders.
I need to get out.
Yes.
Yeah, but I can't get out.
Can you help Anders?
Yeah.
I just need someone to step on.
I thought it could be here.
It's like
yeah.
Anders, you can just throw your legs on sides. Use your hands. Good.
Nofilmēji?
Jā, es nofilmēju. Tā. Tūlītās. Pagaidām, bet man vajadzēs nobildēt Duksu vēl. Beigās. Robi, paņems?
Andžau, tu atbildēji visiem, ja?
Klausies, vajag sitē ar aparātu pāriet pēc tam vecā.
Nu, kāpēc nav sprādzes? Atbildēji, ja? Andžu, viņš tur prasīja, kāpēc nav sprādzes, ja?
Nē, to es neatbildēju.
Evo, ar aparātu noiet, metāla detektoru.
Сомалайнен, когда Андрей приедет, он тебе ответит, почему нет пряжек. Но иногда нету.
Nav prāts,
А?
tur noiet.
Nē.
Tālāk, sāki neliec. Tālāk tu
What's the city?
Let's see what the guys are discussing here.
See another one? Yeah, guys, we're just looking at this battle damage on this helmet. So
You turn it around, see the decal. And then we brush it off a little bit so you can see it.
Yeah.
No, you can see that clear as day. Yeah. So this is a Wehrmacht guy.
One guy from Finland was asking why there's no belt buckles.
They probably had all their belt equipment taken off of them. Obviously, the guys have had something because there's belt hooks.
Yeah, I was about to say, this one had belt hooks.
Не,
most of them
кто-то
got their
взял
belt
из
hooks.
них этих пряжек, но
They would have had their ammunition cartridges and other stuff on them that they would have taken off of them. Obviously, don't forget in '44 it would have been, they would have been low on ammunition, so they wouldn't have wanted to waste the ammunition, chucking it in the grave. So those kind of things would have been recycled, especially in '44.
so those who connected just recently, as you see, the remains of the soldier or the personal things goes in a different bag and Jason, how many hours you have to fly for this?
Bet zīve tas pārāk smalki.
Washington, D.C. to Frankfurt. It was about 2 hours from Kentucky to Washington, D.C., 7 hours from Washington, D.C. to Frankfurt, and about 3 hours from here. So it's about 12 hours, I guess, flighting.
But you can get from New York. You can get straight to Riga with some Uzbekistan Airways, because I was flying to New York straight to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does it cost?
Well, of course, when we fly back, there was a plane was full with all the.
With all the Pakistanis.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Anton said he couldn't find the spine. I don't know where it is. Keep probing around trying to find it.
No, that's just a
Yeah. What camera
Way to go, Anders.
You're using?
Cheap Canon. I think my legs are a little bit. Yeah, sure.
Enjoy. Low battery.
Low battery, it shows all the time. Yeah, it's good, it's 10%.
Like the others.
Yeah.
Вот, отбил. Почему нет?
Почему пряжек нет у солдат? Потому что у них ремни сняты вместе со всем, что на них было хорошего. Потому у них нету и лопаток, у них нету и патронных сумок, и штыков. Это все снято, потому что у раненых их снимали, просто чтобы не тащить дополнительный вес. Плюс еще его можно, эти вещи можно было использовать дальше.
Yeah, just for you guys commenting there, I know some of you saying that you usually watch us on Facebook, but with Zuckerberg's community standards rubbish that they're pulling, they're trying to make us pay to be able to reach out to people. And last summer when we were doing the recoveries, they cut off our live feed halfway through, because at one point we had over 6,000 views, and then all of a sudden it dropped to 150, and that's because they want us to start paying for the amount of people that we can reach out to. So for that reason, we will still do some posts on Facebook, but we're going to try and use our YouTube channel a lot more. So please like and share, get people to subscribe, because this is going to be where we're going in the future. Is the other thing is Facebook, because of the nature of what we're doing, we're showing human remains. It's another reason Facebook aren't too happy about us, whereas obviously here on YouTube we can show you the full process. So for that reason, like I said, please like and share. Right, bear me a second guys while I just have a look at the comments. Yeah, I get what you're saying, that people are making friends with other like-minded people on our chats on Facebook. I mean, we'll still be doing some posts on Facebook, but they'll literally be like probably 10-15 minute posts just to let everybody know that we're working, and then asking you to flip over and come and join us on YouTube. So like I said, please like and share, get it out there, and let people know to come over and subscribe to our channel. So, any questions, please fire away. As you can see, the guys now are starting to fill in where we've recovered some of the soldiers there, and we're on the last recoveries now. So
No sākuma izņemt ārā, tad izsitīsim uz apakšai caurumu, tad liks to krustu atpakaļ. Sameklē kaut kur akmeņus, tagad aizēj palast. Bija apakšā šī dziļi lielie. Bija lielie. Nozakt jau viņi. Anders nav laiks. Anders nav laiks, es tev saku. Anders, arbeit, Anders. Davai. Albanski. Kā pasaka visu. Nē, paldies viss. Anders, tev kafiju vajag?
Need a coffee, Anders?
Coffee?
Coffee. Would you? Coffee. Or tea?
Coffee, please.
You're good? I don't see anything. I don't see anything. I want to take over.
I don't see any spine. You said it went down pretty deep.
Oh. I mean, are you on foot in clay, or are you still on?
It's all clay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all clay.
Yes. How do we do that? Can you do it standing from that side? I mean, I have to stand an awful way to get there.
Inka.
Let me take a photo of the shot if you have a moment.
In a minute, can you give Jason a hand? He's finding it hard to try and find the vertebrae.
I think it's rotted away.
Yeah.
It could well be.
It's all clay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem we've found with some of the places. It depends, like if chemicals have been used in the ground for plants and stuff, it can react differently with the bones and really be corrosive on them. Especially, remember in the summer when we were at that place, most of it we just turned into dust, and that was due to the chemicals used in that farmer's field. I found that with a couple of the guys that we recovered. Once again, you guys can see there what I was saying earlier. We have a limited time to try and recover these soldiers before some of the remains just turn to dust, and it's almost impossible to get them. Same with the ID tags. Earlier on, I showed a zinc ID tag for one of the soldiers that was already corroded and almost impossible to read. So we were able to retrieve most of the information off of that particular tag, but we're on a tight timeline now where some of these tags are going to be impossible to read. So the soldiers will start to lose their identity, sadly, which is something that we really don't like. So. So, there we go. Yeah, see, Anders is slowly recovering this guy. He's on the last stages now, so and Anders has been here most of the day doing this. Anders, what unit is this particular chap with? Do you know?
Infantry Ersatz, 1st Infantry Ersatz Battalion, 390.
Yes.
First company.
Yeah, first company.
Yeah. First number is company.
Okay, 1st Company, Infantry Ersatz Battalion.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Don't show the number.
No, yeah. So yeah, here you go. So this guy with a skull ring, just because there's a skull ring doesn't mean he's an SS guy. All right. So let's have a look. So 1st Company Infantry Ersatz Battalion 390. The A is his blood group. I'm covering up his personal number so people can't go through the archives and find out who this guy is before we can. It's out of respect to the family, because there might still be family members. Okay.
About the skull rings usually were used. The main idea was to show, at least I heard it about World War One, about Russian skull rings, that it was to show that they are not afraid of death, that they are like with peace of being killed in the war. They're not afraid of it, and they're ready to do the most dangerous and such things. Yeah.
So there you go. So yeah, just because some soldiers had these rings, it didn't signify that they were party members or anything to do with the SS. And another thing is that a lot of these rings they were able to buy in the casernes or barracks, as you'd probably know them. They sold these in like a shop within the barracks, same as they were able to purchase extra equipment, have private photos taken in like a portrait sort of scenario to send back home to their family and loved ones. So but these guys have now been recovered. There's no chance of anyone else messing with them, and yeah, they're now gonna get repatriated after a series of different things. So they're gonna have to inform the War Graves Commissions from Germany and give them the information on the tags. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, completely. These items would have been able to be purchased from their version of the NAFI shop within the barracks. So obviously, I have to put it in layman's terms, because there's people from all over the world viewing these feeds. A lot of them wouldn't understand if I was to say that they could be purchased from a PRI or NAFI shop. So yeah, you'd have to forgive me for not using the most common English versions of this, but I'm trying to reach out and give simple explanations for all people. Don't forget, there's lots of civilians watch these feeds as well. So.
Oh shoot! Sorry.
Someone hand a shuffle so we can dig there. Alles? Hallo? Alles? Stop. Jā. Karoči, veči, davai vajag izsist šito te malu ārā. Pasties, vai te vēl kāds karavīrs no apakšā. Vot šitajā te vietā ierakties stāvs iekšā. Vot te. Roli, kur tu man esi? Es tur? Davai šitajā te vietā pārcēt šito te vietiņu uz pusē. Jau. Šito, jā? Neābariet. Kam šitais te viss tagad ir?
No worries, you're more than welcome. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Just as I said, there's lots of people who don't understand some of the terminology, so I try and keep it as simple as I can for other people watching, so everyone gets to understand what it's all about. So we're almost at the end of today's recovery. We've just got our last guys to take out and transfer into the body bags and then fill in the holes. Yeah, because it's getting quite late here. We're late in the afternoon, and we've got a long way to travel to get back to where our sort of our base camp is. We travelled a long way this morning. I was up at 5 a.m. Latvian time, so to get down here and join the rest of the group. So yeah, it took us a couple of hours to get here to be able to recover these soldiers. So any questions, guys, please fire away, and also please don't forget to like and share, and let's get some more people subscribed watching these views. So the other thing is, please don't forget, all the guys here are volunteers from all over Europe. Even had one chap over from America who's on the team to help today, and we're all volunteers. None of us are paid. We fund our own travel over here, hotel fees and everything, and chip in with the cost of doing these expeditions. You know, the driving around in the vehicles isn't free, so we all have to chip in for fuel. You know, any equipment that we need, if there's any digger hire that we have to do, we all have to pay out of our own pocket for that. So please don't forget, we have some donations pages. I think there's a GoFundMe as well, so check them out. I think there are links on our Facebook page and also the Legenda website, so check them out. And yeah, if you can help out. If not, help us in other ways, you know, sharing the posts and spreading the news of what we are doing out here, and the recoveries that we're doing. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about getting these soldiers taken out of the ground and repatriated to a military cemetery, so they can have a proper final resting place and any family members notified. So like I said, please like and share, guys, and help us out. Going to try and do a lot more this week with the YouTube channel, because we need to really start getting that going. Obviously we've had problems with Facebook with all this community standards garbage.
Viss cauri. Nav vairāk ko rak. Davai taisam ciet.
Juliem, thank you for following us. Yeah, we've been here all day, so we try to make sure that once we start recovering soldiers, that we don't finish until they're all recovered. So I don't know how much of it you've followed today, but most of these guys have got their ID tags, so they're going to receive their identities back, and any living relatives will get informed that they've been found and where they're going to be repatriated to. So I've just been trying to run around today and answer as many questions for you guys as possible, you know, asking the landowner and the family and friends questions for you guys, quick explanation of who we've got here today, where they're from, how long they've been contributing to Legenda's cause of recovering the soldiers. So any questions, please fire away. I haven't got too much longer left because we're almost done for the day, and we'll start wrapping up. Julie, you are more than welcome. Please have a look tomorrow, because we'll be out again tomorrow, where I'll be back behind the camera trying to give you guys some explanations and show you everything that's been done. So we've got Josef here now. He's coming in with a big detector, having a sweep and make sure that nothing's getting left behind here. So yeah, like I say, guys, so like and share, and we'll be back up tomorrow with another new post on another recovery.
Thank you very much. Lovely, huh?
Come on, share the love.
You want to have a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I'll share a cup of coffee. Yeah, I'll
Nice and warm, huh?
take it from the top. Yeah, cheers, bro.
Bet nes iekšā tos akmeņus un liek tajā pašā vietā, kur viņš bija. Tur, kur tas grāvīts izrakt.
Cheers, man.
Woo!
Cheers, man.
Cheers for that, bro.
Cool, huh? Yeah. Just have to be stuck on a hole for 4 days.
Right, so Rob Ames, we're going to be back on YouTube tomorrow. As I said, we will start some posts on Facebook, just to let everybody know that we're starting the recovery, but then we will cut it off and flip over onto YouTube, obviously. Yo, hold on.
You need to pick up the small bones, so give to Andres. Yeah.
Так, давай. Palas viņam te augstā, ko te viss apbīta.
So, yeah, like I say, we'll be flipping over from one platform to the other. Obviously, we used to post everything on Facebook, but due to the community standards madness now, our feeds have been cut by them, and they're trying to force us to pay for views on these expeditions, and we're not doing that. So we're now coming over to YouTube a lot more and using this platform. We don't have any of the madness on YouTube that we're getting on Facebook. So yeah, please stay tuned. Right, Mr. Clemino, I'm not sure if I've pronounced that right, but thank you ever so much for that. That's very kind of you. So yeah, it'll all go in the right direction. So yeah, any donations any of you guys want to fire over is going to a great cause, and it's much appreciated, so thank you ever so much. Right, Nick West, are you still watching, buddy? If you are, just give me a shout. I've done similar things before, Nick, where I've done an auction for certain things from home, where I've generated funds that I've then given to the group.
Давай, Gedrius, kreuze, apakaļ.
Robert's phone.
А?
Give me that trout.
Нормально, Which он построил, да? Вот там, ставится там, где роллы стоит, да? И ты так все бы стояло на веки вечные. Что вы ищете?
So you can see Josef over there in the background. He's searching for anything that might have been missed before we leave. Yeah. So Nick, as I was saying, yeah, that'd be great if you want to do that. Just get in contact with Matt McDermott. He's the head of our international team in Legenda. so he can tell you where any funds need to be sent to, and you know where it would be used and things. So as I said, some of us within the group, we've sold things ourselves from home, had fundraisers, raffles, and we've generated funds to use on you know, to fund getting out to certain places for expeditions. I mean, one such example is earlier on this year, the guys went to Russia to bring back Latvian riflemen and Latvian soldiers that had fallen in Russia back to their homeland to be reburied rather than have their graves plundered in Russia. So yeah, they got out there and spent a fair bit of time in the swamps and forests in Russia recovering their countrymen. So that was good for them. And most of our work is in Latvia, but yeah, there's been times where the groups managed to get over to Russia and recover their countrymen. So yeah, any soldiers we're trying to recover. Robert's still down there working on this last soldier. So we got one last soldier in here, and then Josef is still getting down there, just making sure everything's out. I'm not too sure about Ukraine or Belarus. I can certainly ask. Right, so here we go. Guys are putting the cross back in, which did mark where these soldiers were, and this was put here by the landowner's family.
Ну, он tagad сложи вокруг. Ложи вокруг. Tam nebija.
Man nebūs tā marka, ko iedev to pusi?
Nu, droši vien. Nu, nezinu.
Смелт надо.
Давай, смелт. Сипай, песок.
Duxie. So somebody asking a question. Do we get requests from Ukraine and Belarus to search for soldiers in those places?
Ukraine and Belarus is not our responsibility. We go abroad only to search for Latvian soldiers, and we have done it in Lithuania, and in Lithuania without success, but in Russia with some good success. In Belarus there could be some Latvians from police battalions, but we have not been there, and Belarus has reasons not to like them a lot.
Yeah, so that answers your question, I'm afraid. So yeah, no, nothing from Belarus and Ukraine, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I'm not going to sell it to Anton.
As a professional barista, I can say there's too much coffee.
No, I don't think there's the same relation between yeah, those countries and Russia.
I can
counting
cappuccino with 100% coffee instead of 70%, and that's, you know.
You want to make a reading?
Yeah, when am I going to get rich?
Never. I don't even have to put my finger in to tell you that.
Dolly. From him. Door.
and they're using water to compress sand more.
Yeah, keep it stuck in its place. So as you can see, this cross going back in the same spot that it was taken out of. Right, so come on guys, don't forget like and share, like and share. Don't forget, tomorrow we will be going live on YouTube again. We'll give you a little taste on the Facebook platform to start off with, and let you know that our expedition is starting, and then we'll then flip over onto this platform as we can get a lot more time on here. So as you can see, I've been doing this now for nearly 5 hours with the guys. So whereas Facebook we're cutting us off halfway through on some of them. So just a recap today then, we've been called here by this lady. She's attended and looked after the graves of these soldiers since they were buried here. So she's kept them in a fort all the time, and like I say, she's looked after them and tended their graves. She did approach the Volksbund and inform them that she had these soldiers here, and nothing was done, sadly. So contact was made with Legenda, and we've come here to recover these guys, to get them repatriated now. So these guys are going to get their identities back, and a final resting place, not left forgotten, in this lady's back garden. And if you can see, look, literally the graves here are literally meters from this lady's back door. So yeah, it's good that they're out of somebody's backyard and going to a proper military cemetery, which is where they should have been taken years ago. So you know, at least they're out now, and they're going to go to where they're supposed to. So another job well done for Legenda here, getting the guys.
Lūdzu, tā kalnā kaut kur iekšā. Gan jau atradīs, viņš nav liels.
So don't forget, tomorrow then we're going to be live on YouTube, and yeah, this is where we'll be tomorrow. So stay tuned and log on. Quick one for you, and just to let everyone home know. What time are we going live tomorrow? Do you know?
Tomorrow, as far as I understand, we start at around 10 Riga time. So it's, I think, GMT +2.
Yep, that's right. So that would be from 8 AM tomorrow morning, British time. We'll be going live on this platform. So do you want to tell the guys a little bit about what we're going to be doing tomorrow and where we're going to be?
Tomorrow we are going to World War I positions. I don't know. No, yeah. I don't know exactly the place yet, but I know that we have there several pits already found. We don't know the amount of soldiers, and we don't know how many will start to recover tomorrow and how many we will recover.
Right, so just to let you guys at home know who are viewing, obviously today we've recovered German World War II soldiers, so tomorrow we're going to be recovering World War I. So to us, all soldiers, regardless of nationality, which war, if it's a soldier, we're coming for them, and we're going to get them to where they're supposed to be. So please keep us in your thoughts and keep following us.
Tomorrow, Imperial Russian soldiers, could be Siberians, could be Latvians, we don't know yet. We will see tomorrow.
Okay, so you just heard that from Andres there. So we're not 100% sure, but could be Imperial Russian, Latvian, or what was the
Siberian regiments of
Siberian.
Imperial Russian Army, or Latvian regiments of Imperial Russian Army.
Yeah, so there you go. So yeah, keep tuned tomorrow, and we'll keep you posted with all the findings. But as you can see now, we finished our day's work here at this location with some great results. I'm so happy that we've got guys now who are going to get their identities back. So in a minute I'm going to cut you all off and say thank you for following us today, and don't forget, like and share, get on tomorrow and follow us there, and please spread the word that we're going to be using the YouTube platform for the next few days for our posts. We will be doing short teasers on Facebook just to let people know to jump over on this platform and subscribe to view what we're doing. So using this platform, it's going to be pretty much, you know, being recorded for the complete expedition, whereas the Facebook, there'll be short teasers to show you where we are, what we're doing, and such. So, right guys, before I finish for the day, I don't know if any of you got any questions you want to ask us or ask any of the team. Now would be the time to fire them over, and we'll try and give you the answers and get back to you.
Nevajag zārt, viņš sapūd.
Right, so thanks for watching, guys, and yeah, we shall see you tomorrow. So thank you for watching, and we'll speak to you soon. All right, thank you.